G'day and welcome back to the JBL Quantum Cup. It's been a big start to the weekend and it's going to be just getting bigger and bigger as we go through the day. Of course, we're here for Fortnite today. We've just had Europe, now we're moving into North America. My name is Elfish Guy and I will be your host for North America. And of course, there is plenty going on across the course of this weekend. It's not just Fortnite, we've got PUBG and Valorant tomorrow. And if you're just joining us, here's a little quick explainer as to what JBL Quantum Cup is all about. So that's what it's all about. 3 ways to win across the hottest games of the year. And of course, we're going to have a bit of a chat about how that is all breaking down. Starting off today, we did have the European Fortnite. Previously, we had a couple of the qualifiers. That was yesterday and last weekend as well. Now we're moving into North America, and after North America, we'll be jumping into Asia as well. So a lot of Fortnite today. If you're keen on PUBG and Valorant, definitely tune in a little bit later on because that'll be coming up tomorrow. We've got the PUBG playoffs and also Valorant in there as well for the group stage and the playoffs there. So a whole lot of games going down. I'm really excited about PUBG. Love that game and super keen to see some of that Valorant as well because that is one of the biggest games going on the market at the moment. But of course, we're here for Fortnite. And of course, we're here to see who is going to pick up the big bucks. And the big bucks across the course of the weekend, $200,000 of them. Definitely a lot to be thrown around. 90K for Fortnite, 25K for PUBG, and 50K for Valorant. And the Fortnite has 3 divisions. We've spoken about that, EU, NA, and Asia. So we're going to be splitting those across the board. 30K to be given away today. And it's not just me that is ready to give that money away. I've got a couple of boys here to help me out. Let's invite our casters to join the desk remotely, of course. Love to see you guys across the world joining us here for the JBL Quantum Cup. I've got Baller and I've got Shio Wager. So fellas, it must be nice to be jumping back in. I suppose in your case, Baller, at least you're jumping back in.
Yeah, right away. Just a couple hours break, and we don't stop. The action is so good in EU that we had to go right back in with NA East, and some of the top players here will try to do the same and get their share of that $30,000.
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping that it's going to be able to hit that same mark that the European Fortnite was able to do. Shio, you said you were watching a little bit earlier on, but now you're jumping in to get behind the mic, so that's going to be quite a bit of fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, from EU to NA East, I think it's a completely different kind of beast, right? It's a little bit more beefy. I have my knife and fork. I'm ready to eat and dive in. So let's get to it, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to dive in as well. So we've got the format here for you guys to take a look at. Now, I want to explain how things do actually break down here in Fortnite for North America. If you're just joining us, there was 200 duos trying to qualify. That was culled down to 50, which then was culled down to 10. So it was quite the cutthroat competition as far as the qualifiers were concerned. Not to mention we had 22 invited teams as well. So we have 32 duos total. It's only the 5 matches though. That's where things really start to break down for me. That's what I want to talk about here today, Baller. And you've obviously been able to have a bit of an opportunity to watch that in Europe already. But 5 matches means that every single one of these games is going to count. And every single one individually is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, the less matches there are, the more chance that one big game will have that much more of an impact on the overall score. I mean, we saw it in EU. It was literally that for some of the guys who ended up in the money, ended up in the prizing in the top 5. So we'll have to see if that happens again with the lower amount of matches that we're used to.
Indeed. Well, that might be a good way to segue straight into our points discussion and let you guys know exactly how things are looking as far as that is concerned. And Shio, it's a little bit different to what you might be used to normally in Fortnite. 90 points for first place means that placement points are king in the JBL Quantum Cup.
Yeah, a lot more top heavy, a lot more focus on that final zone where placement honestly starts to get handed out. It starts at 10th place. We have 32 to 33 trios playing today. Each elim though being 4 points, there's a possibility that players might be able to drop double-digit wins or games, but I don't think it'll compare to who will actually end up winning each and every game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you were talking a bit about that earlier as well, Baller, that the teams that actually were able to win in EU, or the teams that were at the top of the EU standings, were teams that had actually picked up a win. So it sort of feels unrealistic to expect to win without actually winning at least one or two of the games today.
Which is a difference from most of the other point formats that we typically have in competitive Fortnite. That win, not necessarily as important, but here, the difference of 15 points just for coming over one extra duo. So that does make a difference. You're alluding to the fact that the top 4 teams in EU had wins. Out of the 5 games, 4 of them were in the top 5.
Yeah, definitely going to be an important factor throughout the course of the day. Obviously, we need to check in with our teams and our duos that we're going to be seeing compete, so might as well jump straight into that as well. And you can see across the board, 32, lots of names in there. We're not going to go through all of them, but Shio, give me the quick broad strokes. Who are you looking at here to maybe be a top competitor?
A top competitor will start at the team that loves to stay up high on top. Saf and Zayt there, team number 12. Honestly, a shoe-in to win. Bala, I feel like you have similar, predictions in that case.
Yeah, 100%. Saf and Zayt, the duo's champions in FNCS. I definitely expect them to do very well, but there's other ones here. Bucky and Creo, right there in 15, 16, Ascented and Edgy. These guys are duos that have been playing together for a long time, over a year now, and for good reason. They are so consistently good together, and I think this format specifically will be very good for both of those teams.
You guys were casting
past that too
yesterday, the DreamHack Open NA Grand Finals, right? And there was a few teams from there playing in today as well.
Yeah, so like one specific one that I was about to mention was from NA West coming through, Rex and Arkram there, team number 10. They were doing some damage in the DreamHack Grand Finals. Past that too, there were some winners that aren't really prevalent here today, but some other teams and names I see, Blake with Arab, one person to call out or one duo to call out. They love playing these stack type of end game lobbies. Says Lucky Nanolite as well, Schmeck and Krems. There's a bunch of different duos here that can really perform in this type of setting.
Yeah, definitely. Some contests that we saw yesterday as well off the drops. So that's something that we might get to follow over the course of today. We got Booga and Avery coming in as well. So, there's some big names here competing in the JBL Quantum Cup.
Yeah, Booga and Avery, you're talking about off-spawn fights. They were literally fighting against one of the teams here, 11 there, Cease and Summer, at the new POI Colossal Coliseum every single game. And it didn't really go well for either side, but eventually it felt like Booga and Avery figured out something to overtake Cease and Summer. But even then, like the first couple of games was cutthroat for Cease and Summer. They just dominated.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite interested to see whether or not that will continue over the course of JBL Quantum Cup. Partly because that could be a very big factor in one of those two teams potentially having a rougher day or maybe even having a great day. So we'll have a chat about the prize pool here. That's going to be obviously what everyone's gunning for. And for both of those teams, they're going to certainly be looking for that first place prize, which is a fair chunk of the total prize pool. 15 grand out of 30K. It's 50% of the total prize. And if you do look down the line there, we're only giving away prize money down to 5th, so that's quite the cutthroat cutoff point. 5 teams out of 32 are going to be walking away with some cash. The rest are going to be leaving empty-handed. So a lot of hard work to be put in by these teams today, Shio.
Yeah, and honestly, it's like even for first, that's half the pot. You'll have to be going more than even all in, possibly with a bad hand. So all these guys, even getting the top 5 by that 5th game, might not even be in contention. But they'll start to play really differently over time, right?
Yeah, definitely. And what I'm seeing with this cutthroat 5th place type of thing is that, the pricing is not spread deep like we're kind of used to in competitive Fortnite. And while that might indicate that once you start being out of contention for the top spots, then all of a sudden, what are you playing for? You're going to play a completely different style. But in EU, going into that last game, it felt like everybody had a chance to at least take over 5th place. And we saw a couple of teams that were out of that realm of possibility go all the way up into 5th in place within the prize.
All right, fellas. While I love your opinions, and, I'm sure you're very knowledgeable about Fortnite, there is one person that I'd rather hear from. We've got Cease on the line for an interview. So, how you doing, man? It's great to hear from you. I'm sure you're, having a good time getting ready to jump into the JBL Quantum Cup. How's the prep going?
Yep.
Have you been working hard, or are you just coming in pretty smooth and chill?
Yeah, so the whole tournament has been I've been prepping for this whole season, basically trying to make sure we have like a spot locked down and to make sure that we can have a plan going into this tournament. And yesterday, actually in the DreamHack, it kind of messed up my plan a little bit. So we were planning on contesting Coliseum, because that's the spot that I felt most comfortable fighting at, but it ended up just like not going the way we wanted it to go. And so obviously like it's not the best, you're not going to win a tournament contesting. So we had to kind of switch up our drops. So we're landing somewhere we're not really too sure on, even though I'm familiar with mostly the whole map. But yeah, so we're switching our drop. We're going weeping now. But yeah.
That was definitely something we were talking about. So, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, we were definitely talking a whole bunch about drop spots and all sorts of different things. But I want to ask about this 32 team lobby, right? It's not 50. How much of a factor does that play into your prep?
I mean, that makes a lot more spots free. For my personal opinion, like I want to aim to land towards the center, and with these cubes in the game, it makes it like almost any POI that's even relatively close to the center of the map is a good spot to land. So like weeping for us, the cubes right outside, it makes the spot like you're landing in the center of the map. It's perfect, and it really, like, honestly, the play style for me playing from Coliseum, and even though I'm like sad that I can't go there because I know the POI so well, I know the rotates and all that so well, I'm happy that I can at least place my similar play style from this POI. And yeah, having the 30 teams in here, or 32 teams in here, makes it definitely easier to do that. So
yeah, that's like the start of the game, though. For when it comes to end game, all the way towards the end, what's the play style you guys are leaning for? Is it kind of contesting height like we see all these teams doing, or are you guys staying more so low key?
Yeah, so in this meta, like, it's honestly, like, it didn't seem like it was going to be that different since they're only adding rifts, but it is a lot different because the rifts allow the players on the height or up in the sky to scout so much on high ground, so they can see if you're just one player or two players, or that they can see so much information that you couldn't see before. So height is just such a toss up. I think the best time to go for height is probably third moving zone. So if we're going to go for height, if we have the loot for the mats, we will make the chance for it. But yeah, it's more like just playing mid ground and fragging out, and then yeah, it's like I said, if the opportunity comes in your hands, take it.
All right, last question for you then before we end the interview. What's the expectation coming into JBL Quantum Cup? I assume we're gunning for first place, right?
Yes sir, yes sir. Yeah, definitely going for first place, obviously. I mean, if you ain't first, you're last, so gotta have the first place. And the prize pool is honestly insane for something like this. This is awesome, so I'm very excited to play.
Awesome. Well, we're very excited to see you play as well. Best of luck, and hope to have a winner's interview with you later on in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes. Definitely going to be having to gun for first as well with the points as they are, guys. Yeah. It's definitely like I said, I keep coming back to the word cut and dry. Like it's such a difficult kind of a placement run to make. If you don't make it into those top placements in any given game, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but you're right. It is cut and dry, right? Like top 10 basically is going to be that 9th zone, that very final zone. And if you're not there, you're last, essentially. Like what Cease was saying, you're not getting the points that you need to actually rise up. And I think Cease has to be thankful that we just gave him that pre-match interview, because what we saw out of EU is we interviewed Frey, we interviewed him and Hycris, and then they went on to play second. They did very well in game number 1 and number 2, so hopefully we'll see the exact same thing.
Indeed. All right, well, guys, there is one thing that we have to talk about. It's not just the players that can win today. Everyone at home can also win. Those of you in the Twitch chat should be listening up. Get your ears ready, because we do have some giveaways for you as well today. If you're in the Twitch chat, what you can do is go in there and spam hashtag JBL Quantum, and you'll be able to potentially win yourself a JBL Quantum headset or a piece of 100 Thieves merch. Don't know what it is. Maybe you get to choose, maybe you don't. Either way, definitely chuck your name in there, chuck your hashtag in there, and see if you're going to be lucky today. There isn't a whole lot of time, though, to do that. You need to be doing that in the next 5 minutes or so, because there is a pretty quick cutoff for that. So make sure you're chucking the hashtag JBL Quantum in the Twitch chat over the course of today, and that's not going to be the only time that we're going to be doing that, by the way. So if you're sticking around, if you don't win the first one, definitely tune in a little bit later on. We'll have more opportunities for you to win at home. Maybe you guys can pick yourself up a JBL Quantum headset that the boys are wearing right now. Obviously, you two are sort of decked out quite nicely at home, so that's going to be quite cool. But look, let's get into maybe some predictions, or let's just have a bit of a discussion before we get underway with game number 1 here at the JBL Quantum Cup. I know you've thrown a few names out for me, but let's talk number 1, right? If there is only going to be that first place victor, 15K up for grabs, it's definitely quite a big prize. So, Baller, who you got for me today? Is it the kings of the duos, or are we maybe going for a bit of a dark horse or something like that?
I think so. I really, really want to say Zayt Saf, but the last couple of weeks of their play have been kind of, it's shaking me up a little bit. I really want to go for them, but I think I want to switch up and go with Scented and Edgy just because of how they've been playing in the last couple of weeks, and also how they've been playing in tournaments just like this. I mean, I've seen a lot of these in NA, Ninja Battles. We had the Chipotle Cup, a bunch of different things where the style was similar. And Scented and Edgy consistently are making the top 3 in these games.
Yeah, what about you, Shayo? Any other contradictory opinions, maybe?
I might just stick with the OGs and go with Zayt and Saf for winning the whole thing, because they always start strong. And I feel like with a 5-game format, if they pick up maybe even the first 2 games, they're used to doing that in tournaments, no one else will be able to catch up. They'll just play defense after that, have a very unique spot to just take the whole tournament by storm.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a different kind of a feel, I think. If there's a team that starts off well, you know, I don't cover a whole lot of Fortnite, but I've seen a few times in the shows that I've worked on where 1 or 2 teams, or particularly players, for example, sometimes in solos, if they win those first 2 games, there's almost an unassailable lead in a sense. And I think that's actually compounded by the format, or by the points format that we have here in JBL Quantum Cup, compared to what you'd get in, you know, your regular kind of points format. So if you're starting well, it's a very difficult kind of thing to overcome that sort of a lead.
Yeah, just imagine if at the Australian Open in 2019, Jesse X2 Twins wins 3 games in a row. In this format, it'd be over by then, just completely wrapped up. But, you know, back then it was a different style. In this one, I'll go and say, if somebody wins 2 games, it's wraps. Like, sure, there's some situations, but if they're winning 2 games, that probably means they're also probably placing, you know, 3rd or 4th in another game. And yeah, it's just too much to overcome with the 90 points that are available from winning a game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, in the European side of things, there was only 1 win per duo. There was no one that actually won 2, right?
Yeah, there was a couple who had multiple second places. Frey and Hykris had 3. They had a win and 2 second places, and then obviously Refsguard and Scram had 2 back-to-back second places as well. So there was some very close, but not all the way.
All right, that's definitely going to be something that we have to think about. I know there's a few more names in there that we might need to sort of touch on here, Shayo, before we jump in. Obviously, we've spoken about the ones that we might expect to win, but there is quite a depth of talent in this competition, isn't there? It's not just a case where, you know, we can say, oh, Zayt and Saf might be the first place, like dead set, hands down, no questions asked. There's a bunch of teams that are probably within the discussion, right?
Yeah, we're talking about, like, so far all the OG historic duos that have played, you know, for a long time across regions, but there's some fresh faces with skill still involved. I'm thinking about Arab and Blake right now, who are a new pickup, you know, trying each other out, but at the same time, very good at playing, once again, these type of smaller lobbies that stay fit the whole way through towards the end of the game, right? Arab being one of the best IGLs in the scene of Fortnite. Combine that with Blake, who's so good at, you know, his fragging prowess, put them into a game like this, they could have that one pop off and then from there have momentum.
Is it a case, Baller, where one pop-off game is going to be enough, or do you think we need to see that consistency across the board? Because, again, 5 games, maybe one really big game and then a few okay games might be enough to get you over the line, or based on the consistency that we saw in EU, you might need to be top placing in 3 or 4 of the games, right?
I think it'll be team to team, right? I think it'll vary. Maybe, you know, Scented and Edgy will be consistent, you know, third, second, whatever. But a team like Zayt and Saf might have 2 big wins and everything else they die off spawn. Like, that's very much possible, and they're still going to be in the running because of the format, the way that it works. So it is going to be a mix of both.
Oh, well, speaking of dying off spawn, we were just having that chat with Cease a little bit earlier on. Are you surprised to hear that they're moving away from the contest?
Yeah, I actually am. I didn't expect them to move off this early in the season. But given the fact that there's a big opportunity here, and also, what are you really playing for if you're trying to win a spot off of spawn in duos when there really isn't any other duo tournaments announced in the future? It's all trios from here on out.
Well, we could talk about, like, the history of that fight, right, of the players there, like Bugha and Avery. I mean, I think you mentioned it yesterday, Bala. Bugha's not one to drop his spot at all, no matter what, for an entire FNCS, right? And then past that too, for Cease, he lost the last 3 games, winning the first 3. So he's coming off of that with maybe a little bit less of the attitude, or, like, you know, the atmosphere coming in. So him switching off actually makes a lot of sense. And I hope that no one new shows up at Weeping, because if that happens, then we're really down bad.
I guess there's an argument to be made as well that it's a smaller lobby, so that's maybe a reason to move on and find somewhere new. But either way, fellas, we are going to find out as we're heading into match number 1 of JBL Quantum Cup. I'll leave it to you two. Have a good time.
JBL Quantum Cup kicks off in NA East with game number 1. EU was a treat to watch, but our first taste of what's to come here today in the next couple of hours will take you through the 5 games that these guys have to play. And what that all means is it all breaks down. First thing we're looking at is drop spots. We were just having the discussion.
I think that in the morning it was kind of organized, kind of respectful. Well, you know how much of a brawl it can be sometimes when NA teams start to clash. Not even only off spawn, but once you make it off of that spawn, the mid-game shots you need to take, the fights you need to get into. But you have to remember, with just 31 duos here right now, Bala, it's going to be a little bit more different.
Yeah, and pay attention to any of those big players that you want to look at, right? Creo and Bucky, uncontested Slurpee. Cease and Summer, uncontested Weeping like they talked about. But look at Stretch and Commandment at Salty Towers. They are chilling. The big thing here, the biggest change, I don't see any off-spawn fights aside from Arkram and Rex going to Sweaty Sands against Saf and Zate. And immediately Saf and Zate have to fall back on an unconventional split.
And that will be actually a big wrench toss into their usual game plan for honestly every tournament they've played as a duo. It's been a very good off-spawn game 1 for them. They translate that into a win, translate that into zone control. But when you have to move off of your spot, maybe not loot the same buildings, get slowed down on time, you don't make it to the center of the map afterwards, right? I mean, they have zone right now, but they don't have the game in their hands.
Another big fight. I'm just now noticing in the bottom left, we switched to Dubs and Keys. Dubs usually playing with Mega. They played very well yesterday in DreamHack. But going up against Scented and Edgy on the backside of the Meadows. How that plays out is also interesting, but this is more traditional. We're seeing the straight up split of half and half. Whether this fights or not will be important. The same thing could be said about Zayt and Saf, but you know that Arkram and Rex and Zayt and Saf are going to be wanting to fight for that. And they've done that before in tournaments just like this.
These two fights are kind of going a little bit more so different from the start. It looks like there's a little bit more respect tossed in Misty Meadows. Everyone actually getting to loot exactly what they want so far, having that game plan. I don't think that Zayt and Saf expected all this to happen. Saf, though, finding a llama, which might get to accelerate everything for their initial game plan overall. I'm looking at also the top left side of the entire Fortnite island. We have Arab and Blake over at the Shark, Schmeck and Crims over at those islands paired with Coral Castle. Off spawn, these guys might have to clash in on that rotation. Honestly, a lot of action might start off in the north once we're done looting all these chests.
The interesting thing is the difference right now. In EU, we did have some fights. But in NA, it's classic, right? This is how these guys play. They will do the research. They will split off if they see something that they were not expecting. I love users and Spigu's drop here in the center of the map. They get to use the 0 point to kind of balloon themselves all over the place. He peels a rift fish out of the first fishing hole we see him take, and that is massive. That is the key to winning this format. That is the key to winning these lighter lobbies, is having at least 2 rift fish. If you can get that, or at least 1 every single game, a high chance of you getting in that top 10.
Gotta remember though, the players that are in this lobby, right? You have Bucky and Creo or Reet and Arkram on your walls, sensing you're playing a little bit so passively. Even if you have those fish, you have to be able to move to good places to base up and hold down before you can actually use them.
Other people are going to be sharing fish too. Misty Meadows, obviously, that lake has a lot, but being split between 2 teams is not ideal. Other major fishing areas is going to be at Sweaty Sands. It's going to be Craggy Cliffs, Dirty Docks, all sort of on the edge. The big winners in EU, Frey and Hycris, were actually dropping at where Lazar P was moments ago on your screen. But here's a fight. Booga and Avery pushing out of the Coliseum onto Nanolet and Sizlucky.
We'll start things right up. Just getting a few shots taken through. Looks like Booga can't actually escape any early game engagements, no matter who leaves or arrives at his POI. But I feel like it's just pot shots right now. They're not looking to fully engage on each other.
Yeah, this is trying to stay at a distance. Not a single person has gone down. That might have literally been the first damage in the entire lobby right now. Typically not something super used to seeing. Here's the Craggy Cliffs fishing area. Macwood and Acorn control that. A far cry from yesterday where Macwood was fighting off spawn every single game. And we do have another west side zone, which a lot of the people who are edge map rotating, coastal rotating, were having very great success in EU. We'll have to see if that continues with these types of zones. We had it every game in EU. All 5 was a western zone.
Looking at some loadouts that are already built up. Arkram moving through. Has his Shockies in play. Don't see any fish though just yet. Zayt and Saf get to use their usual slow rotate out of Sweaty. Actually much slower now,
wow.
Making sure that they have everything. But that is what we're talking about.
This is interesting too, because they didn't get this area. Look, Zayt landed specifically down at the fishing house south of Sweaty Sands. And then somehow, some way, he got to the pier in Sweaty Sands, cheated up to Coral Castle, and is specifically looking for these fish. And yes, because of the game plan that they're executing, they've got 2. Here's a edge zone rotate loads, or ladies man and regulator. Gonna go pass this RP. No shots exchanged. No shots. Are we playing zone rules?
There we go. I think it's just a little bit of brain lag for some of these teams, but
is it brain lag or is Lord NM just breaking zone rules? I don't know. I've seen that happen with him.
I've handed out the punishment when it's happened before too, way back in the day, so I can relate. But now it looks like these guys are really locking in for literally that last zone. You have to remember, right? 10th place overall. 21 duos need to go down until that place was handed. Like, is there a point in fighting?
I think that this region is probably the one more accustomed to playing this format just because of the FMPL days, just because the early days where, you know, me and you got the scrimming on and all you could get for points was placing top 3 and 2 and 1. So these guys are used to it. This is going to be very interesting. Is that? Oh, a 0-point fish. So, what are your thoughts here on Eclipse and LazarP? I'm very surprised to see them going straight through the map towards Misty Lake rather than cutting across that south side.
I feel like it's greed, which is why they're trapped all the way at the back in the storm. That South Camp COD, although it's such a blessing, I would also say a little bit of a curse when it comes to like overindulging in the fishing. There's so many spots. You have to split so far apart to hit all of them. Lazar must have the rift fish on him. If these guys got out of that spot without any, that'll be also that much more drastic. But spending too much time, they're forced to go through Misty. There's no campfires really all over that left side, right? You have to make that cut first. So without that, they have to go through the center of the map. There's no other option.
I think that they've been studying a little on what happened in EU. Definitely ladies, man, and crew.
Yeah.
Nobody's worried about this, but look at that congestion at the 0 point. Look at it. What is going on up there? At least 5-6 teams group up in that area. We did have our first elim, by the way. I'm not sure where that ended up going down, but the zone continues to pull west. We still have to create this great migration.
So it looks like on this sand rotate, Booga being stopped makes him crash into even more players. Vert and symmetrical now, box to box with them. But once again, the entire drive for these guys is to make it towards the end. So a usual box build fight we'd see is just like what? Camping tents put up until time goes by.
Scoped in the distance. Symmetrical. Playing with Vert, looks like he's underground as well in the sand, so not worried about that. And like fish, will go downstream. More actually available there. Avery pulls just a slurp fish, but even that inventory is already full. I remind you, pickaxing is not what's happening right now. This is just the meta for this tournament in NA East.
I'm trying to just like think back as to, man, what were players always thinking about back in those FMPL days? Like what were the strats like?
It was
So
medkits.
floppers now, I guess, right? Like
Floppers and chug splashes. Yeah, that brings up a big point, right? Is in EU, because we were playing aggressively, we had 20 teams going into this area of the game. And then it's, take a long time for that to drop down. Now, with 30 teams, we might have fifth zone surge. Surge might force people to be aggressive, but probably not by that much. And we might have to go straight to thinking about heal-offs in this.
it honestly has to be heal-offs, but you think about the way people rotate now compared to the days of past. There's not really any launch pads to stick close to the ground. If you're trying to get a big move done, it's usually off those rifts, off those shockwaves. You will get damage. So there will be a level of skill on evading all these prying eyes trying to look for shots.
Zayt and Saf have a taxi, trying to get a little bit farther in centralized. I'm surprised not to see them a little centralized already, but hey, they find themselves a bush. Nice. Arkham and Rex in the distance. Knowing them, they know exactly who that is.
Looking at some of the teams right now that have, I think, the most power or space, Wavy and DFAVs on the north side have no one really near them at all. A lot of people already based up mid-zone. One team at Holly getting a free package of care from the sky. But Bucky and Creo doing the same thing they always do. Noticed it a bit before. Getting that hill, but expanding a bit further than that. Putting builds down. Making it seem like they have much more space to use and operate from than they actually do.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. One person has fallen. I have no clue who it is. Finally, some shots. That's probably the second or third damage tag that we've seen on stream right now. Maybe even actually occurring in the lobby, but not a single team has gone down, man.
There might be one going down soon. We have a little bit of action going down towards the south side. Clipsay and Lazar, with one of the strongest spots, continue to have issues. Being held slightly now while being late. Meanwhile, on the other side, you're right. It is very classic Fortnite. One of the classic cast for it too. I remember back in the day, we used to ask like weird questions. We just we get down in vibe until that late game really came through.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot, there still is a lot of, meta discussion. Where is the best spots in these areas? But we see it, and we've kind of overplayed the concept of getting over towards this side of zone. Bucky and Creo, the vehicle, they make their way in now to Holly Hedges, but they're staying away from people, which is not necessarily what Edgy and Scented just did. They took over one of the outskirts, former gas station. A lot of people trying to base up in Holly Hedges. What does that mean? Taking the residential sections of things. Oh, Zayt and Saf just rifted. That's Zayt and Saf flying in towards Holly Hedges themselves, directly on top of Chap and Skittles. Saf is down, says Lucky took him out. What just happened? Were they forced into a situation there where they had to spend a rift to get away, or what was the decision there?
That's a duo too that has some of the best rift type of decision making in the game. Making moves, using tech with that item that no one else has ever done before, honestly, and seeing that really happen must have been a very desperate call to make that play. Roles reverse now too. If you look at the map on the south side, Clipsay and Lazar now ahead of everything. Dubs and Keys being the ones held. They were dictating everyone on coming in. And now Riverstone's holding them back too.
Uh-oh, Dubs. Don't get too close. The Clipsay and Lazar, they're ready to pounce, but there is going to be a tap fired up. Oh my goodness, a big charge shot by Clipsay, and that wall is theirs. A harpoon. Oh my gosh, that was clean. A harpoon literally sneaks through as the wall breaks. And that first charge shot was sizzled for so long to hit that damage. On to Dubs. There's a replay. There's a replay. This is Saf. Sorry. We could talk about that fight, but it just rifted out the sky. And Zayt's right next to him, but he's done. He's gone, and that's the Rift Fish too. I'm not sure if Zayt recovered that.
Might have some time there, but unfortunate for Dubs too. It's like with that harpoon in play, they look like an extra fishing spot, honestly. And there's more dropping all the way around. That was Saf's body on Holly Hedges.
Acorn and Mac would have been firing at Scoped and Mikey for quite some time. We saw it a little earlier. Now our trade's going around. Scented picked off Regulator. Bucky will finish that elim, so Scented gets the spoils from that. Zayt is still alive. There is the potential of a reboot van in this zone. But still, 30 teams alive. 30 teams. The only one who's fallen has been Dubs and Keys.
This zone's doing no one any favors either. It's only pulling more central and central every single time. It's not throwing people to go in the opposite way. Actually makes everyone have a higher chance of survival, but then, man, things are getting really claustrophobic.
A couple of them did move quickly out. There's Scented and Edgy. They made their way out of basically where Slacks and Illustar right now after picking up an elim. Better positioned now. Creo and Bucky trying to get their way there too. Trying to stay on the edge. I think positionally it's Innocence and Zunies who may have the best spot, although maybe Arkram there in this distance with Rex.
One of the solos left to right alive right now on the left side. Reloads, lost air cool. I think he was the first person to go down in this game. He's looking for a way to get in. On screen though, we saw Russian Landjok honestly have one of the best bases ever, one of the best positions, and now not looking slightly scuffed, but have to do a bit more work to get to where they want to be.
I've said this so many times, but I can't believe this. 32 people, 32 teams start this lobby. And we have Storm Surge in the 5th zone. The earliest time we could have it. And they're straight up on it. Scented and Edgy were prepared. But there will be 3 players, most likely, who are not prepped and ready for this.
This is just... It's natural, I feel like. I think everyone just knows. Which is why we're here. Which is why this is happening. It's a standstill. There are no shots being fired.
Stand still until we wait for this 5th zone and also the 3 players to go down to Surge. It's going to happen. It will happen. Absolutely, it will. And it pulls north. Innocence and Zunies are perfect. Cypher PK making an appearance here with Galazzo. He is not far away from this zone. And when it comes to heal-offs, man, I do put some stock in Cypher PK. He's the one who can really theory craft things like this. Same with all of these pro players for sure, especially in NA East, like we keep saying, but gotta put some stock into these guys who consistently are thinking outside of the box.
I'm saying we'll start looking desperate, but past that, Cease takes big shot. Summer 2 is down to almost no HP.
Hey, you have the ammo, might as well spend it, right? Might as well.
Oh, there's the first kind of rendition of Surge coming down as Goosh and Strobe were way below.
My gosh, how many riffs are we hearing? Eclipse is right behind. Reloads! Goodbye! Eclipse now with 3 eliminations. They're actually working the lobby in terms of people who are up there on points so far. Cease and Summer are fighting for height. 62 builds for this. Cease gonna try to get in. Nano's very low. He might be able to do it. Summer is really close to the box. My goodness. Nano goes down, says Lucky trying to save him. Cease will get that finish. He's gonna go for it still. Lestaire put in the box, and Attic comes through. Cease will pay. He already lost his teammate. And now he loses half his health too.
He's trying to fumble through the inventory, get some shields up, had some bandages and a harpoon, trades it out. Now needs to buy some time. Got the shockwaves too, but at a big cost to HP.
6 zone now here. We are definitely preparing ourselves for a potential heal off in this final zone. Just the way that these guys are playing. Yes, they're starting to fire off shots, especially given the fact that we just saw Surge. But after that 7th zone Surge finishes, I just feel like this lobby is going to stop firing at each other and play that end game.
There's no really big hills for Height to hide behind, though. There's not a big dip that Logan can kind of get to, right? We're on flat surfaces right now, so with everyone building and running out of mass, it might force these guys, even if it's not for the points, to go for those refreshes to stay alive in the game. We might actually see a lot more fighting for what the format's asking for. I think Cypher's ready to fight too, has that Dragon's Breath to use. Picked up a few elims, and here's what Cease was talking about in the interview. What the Rift players can see from above, how Height looks on the top down. It's very risky to hold early. As a result, we see these mid-ground duos, Landjock, Thresh. We're gonna cover their heads.
On the backside, Smack looks like he's by himself. Meanwhile, he did take out Zay, so at least a little bit of compensation for him in this game. So 13 teams need to go down for the first placement threshold. It's Slacks and Illis who are holding Height for now. And I actually question what Cease and I were talking about in this interview, and basically the EU players were thinking as well. Height seems to be over contesting this season, but in this lobby, I highly doubt that that will be the case, given the fact that the people are playing close to their chest. Although we do have Stretch and Commandment in this lobby too. I think we still have up on Height the same team that we were paying attention to before. Cease is alive, yes, and well, Stretch and Commandment are shockwaving back and forth on Height.
But a Surge is active again. 5 more players taking damage from the clouds above. And it looks like Height is playing with a huge amount of insurance all the way up top. As you picking up Thresh, making mid-ground a little bit more open. Arab going down to Bucky, and Sizz goes down to what looks like the Surge or the Storm. Look at the floppers in Panda's inventory. He is playing for that heal game.
Panda's playing by himself too. I'm pretty sure 6, he just picked up an elim that got him a couple more. Center and Edgy are together, but their inventory looking very weak. Top 18 teams now in the 7th zone. Skittles loses chat, but he might get the revive. He gets the pick. He gets the refresh. The revive is stuck. He's going for it.
That's unfortunate, though. That's some heals you'll have to use to make sure Chap has a fighting chance in this end game. Heals that you're going to need for that 9th zone once it comes through. Chap will be picked up shortly. Stretch all the way up on Heights.
Stretch and Commandment tried over and over and over yesterday. Every single game that we watched in DreamHack Grand Finals yesterday, definitely a little bit more intense lobbies. But I don't know when you're looking at it this way, but they failed time and time again to convert past any sort of significant point. This time it looks different. Macwood and Acorn going against Scope. The edit is there, but the control is not. They don't trap him in. Not Panda goes down to Cease. A shockwave knocks him down. He'll go quickly up. Well done from Acorn to group back up with Macwood, and that's another elim for them. They're up to 5 already.
I'm still not seeing what heals are there up on Height. 5 elims paired with 4 floppers. That looks like a really good point game overall. Acorn, though, making a look for breaking up Height. That'll be huge in the mat game.
That's massive to find both of those layers. The anti-shockwave play from Stretch and Commandment was good, but not good enough, and doesn't matter anyways. Eclipse trying to go up with his RP, and he gets knocked out of the sky. That's Stretch and Commandment to knock him out. Acorn still up in this one. Macwood making a play too, but Acorn will go down, and he has the 4 floppers. Macwood now left on his own. We are finally in placement thresholds, finally accruing some points. So he's trying to hold on, but he can't. Creo and Bucky alive, still in this one. Macwood is still up too. Stretch and Commandment up on Height, way up there.
Macwood got the floppers off of Acorn's body, so he still has a fighting chance here as this game wraps through. Cease, though, takes out Rex. Stretch is still looking from the top down, but once again, they have no heals. 3 floppers left. Macwood, 20 HP, cannot pop them down, and they transfer. Creo, though, as a result, gets picked off.
Top down, it's going for it. 6 teams remaining at this stage. 6 players alive. Arkham will fall. He doesn't have any heals. Stretch does. Up on Height, but Riverstone will go up. There it is. Commandment will keep him down, and he will fall. A 1 versus 1 now. Riversound versus Stretch. And Stretch, you know, is popping some heals. Up on Height. No! a mistake for Mikey. I thought that it was Stretch for sure, but it's Bucky actually with no heals. Somehow the Siphon is able to actually catapult him all the way there.
Okay, that was one stacky type of end game that was going in so many different ways. We didn't even see a few of those players go down. I mean, wow, heals, siphons, everything at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were sort of expecting a heal off right from the outset, and I don't really blame you too much. It looked like we would get that in the end, but you know, what an interesting final finish. It was Bucky and Creo that came away with the victory. And a couple of things to touch on before we get into some post-match analysis. Jessa and Jamal didn't quite make it into that first lobby, unfortunately. They had some issues joining. So that was the team that you guys were missing. You guys were sort of mentioning that, I think, a little bit earlier on. But a very, very passive early game. And that was, as you were saying, a bit contrary to what we saw over in Europe.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was literally not what I expected at all. I expected it to be, you know, a lot more passive, but this is like on another level. This is in another world, another magnitude, times 1,000. We didn't have the first team going down till this moment right here, Dubs and Keys, in the third zone. The third zone.
And there were more opposites really on what we actually expect. You know, Zayt and Saf, we started the replays with it, but Saf getting hit down on shields, forcing a rift, and not being there for game one. Past that as well, just the entire way this end game kind of broke down was honestly impossible to see exactly who had an advantage, even when there was a team on height dominating.
Shia, you did mention that you thought that maybe Zayt and Saf would be the victors at the end of today. Does this change your mentality a little bit, seeing them drop pretty early on in game one, or do they come back stronger in game two? Because we spoke extensively in that pre-show about how important it is to be off to a good start from the outset.
Honestly, my mentality is changed, but not because of them dropping down earlier in this game. It's more so the fact that they're getting contested off their drop spot, right? They're not actually fighting, but there's another team there. I don't think they're used to having that in a grand finals type lobby.
I suppose that is definitely something to touch on. There was the contest on Misty Meadows as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was Dubs and Keys against Commandment, Scented and Edgy,
Correct.
which I don't think had as much of an impact as Zayt and Saf, although I do still have to say that Zayt and Saf played that off spawn pretty brilliantly, although they did get the 2 llamas, so maybe that won't end up going in the same direction. I was just reacting there to how Commandment actually felt. He fell off of height. They were running out of mats, and we saw a couple of teams kind of chip at that height over and over and over. And it all makes sense now why Bucky was able to be last alive in that entire situation.
Were we expecting things to follow the same passive kind of gameplay heading into the next couple of games, or is it going to be likely to speed up a little bit? I wonder if, again, like looking at a different bunch of tournaments that I've often covered, I always wonder if at the start of a tournament, there's a little bit more of a passive gameplay just to get a bit of an understanding of how the teams and how the other duos are playing, how they're rotating, where they are, what they're doing, that kind of thing. And once you get a bit of a better understanding of how the game is just playing out in general, in that lobby in particular, you can start to make some more moves. Or where are we thinking this is going to head?
Yeah, I think that it's a little weird, right? Because sure, there's, you know, pre-game jitters, pre-tournament jitters. They're trying to go through in this tournament and figure out together what's going to go happen. But I think just seeing this amount of passivity, this amount of players left alive in the third zone, in the fourth zone, that it's just going to double down now for everybody. I think everybody's going to avoid fights even more so because they're seeing that people are not going to have these massive pop-off games.
Still, I just feel like when it comes to those moments we saw earlier in that game, you know, Booga Avery rotating beside, I think it was Symmetrical, box to box. By game 4, will they have that temperament right there still to be like, let's go and push for that end game when it hasn't worked the last 3 times? I feel like we might see a few more early box fights come game 4 and 5, but it's up to the patience of the players.
Yeah, we're going to have to be patient, I guess, to wait and see that. We're also being patient right now, waiting for the standings, obviously, to get updated. So if you're wondering what's going on, you're just tuning in. We've just finished game 1. We're waiting for the standings to get updated. Then we'll let you know exactly where we're sitting. But I guess after game 1, it's not a huge deal, right? There is still plenty more games to play. With this kind of a format, we've been touching on, you know, obviously having to start off well, but I think there is also an element of being able to come back from behind in maybe the last game or the last couple of games, just because you can have such a big game with a, you know, a 90-point placement. If you do take first place, you almost never feel like you're out of the running, even though maybe one. I guess it depends really on how the games play out, right? If one or two teams win 2 games in a row, then you're like probably okay. Well, maybe I'm not be able to catch up after that. But if we go through similar to what we saw from EU, where one team wins and then a different team wins and then a different team wins, etc., etc. As long as you're in the placements, you're getting some points on the board, some eliminations, I think you can feel like you can come back from behind, right?
I think that it's all going to matter what this standings will look like, because if it's just a couple of teams here and there with 3 or 4 eliminations and there's nobody with more than 5, then yeah, the placement matters even more then, right? Because nobody's differentiating themselves with just elims. So that 15-point gap between first and second, and even more so between 5th and 10th, that really, really, really matters. And you're going to have to try to make that count every single time.
I feel like that's also why when it comes to, game 4 or 5, maybe even 3, we see teams falter, right? Especially those teams that might be brand new and are testing things out using JBL as a platform to do that. How's the synergy looking? They're not going to be historic duels all the time that we're going to be watching in these games. So might see some variance depending on who's coming out from where.
Indeed, indeed. I think there's a whole lot to sort of think about over the course of the day. I mean, we've got Asia coming up as well after this. So I'm wondering if, we just see 3 different kind of metas almost developing. If there's EU was, I guess fairly standard almost. It felt like NA is quite passive. Are we going to get quite a bit of aggression, quite a bit of aggro gameplay from Asia? That tends to be a storyline that we do see. I don't know necessarily whether that's in Fortnite or not, but I know in other titles that I cast, it's like the teams that generally come from Asia and from ANZ like to just run at each other and try to fight it out early on in the piece.
Yeah, I think that definitely has an impact in Fortnite. I'm not sure why that is in PUBG or other titles that you're involved with, but for sure it happens in Fortnite, and that's because there's a smaller player pool. So, from top to bottom, the skill disparity is massive. So those top players end up, having a good time when they start to W key, when they start to play aggressively. And because of that, the gap is more difficult for everybody else to overcome. So everybody feels like they have to be pulled by that current, essentially.
Yeah, and also just in terms of regional differences in general, the way everyone's kind of brought up is also very different. You can see it with EU and NA. NA had the experience of having these types of games with these types of, placement formats be like a culture for them, right? With Asia, it's kind of more different. They kind of learned everything through fighting each other a lot in creative, in box fights, and just in games. So, in pub stomping. So we'll see how that differs. I feel like it'll be a lot more aggressive for their region, though.
Yeah, it is one of those interesting things that sort of just develops and no one really talks about it, and no one says, yeah, we're going to be the aggressive region, we're going to be the passive region. It's just one of those things that it starts to happen, and then it's like a snowball effect. And the more that you play there, the more you get into that mindset and that mentality, and you go through, and it sort of just ends up 2 years later, you're like, oh, this is how we got here, and you didn't even really think about it in that.
Think about the leaders though, of OCE, or think about the leaders of NA, for example. Zayt and Saf are the godfathers of NA East, and they play a passive style where they go for win after win after win. And because of that, everybody emulates them, right? Mongrel and Micho are the people in EU who everybody looks up to, and they just W key to all the way and back. And because of that, everybody else does the same thing.
All right, fellas, we have the post-match results here. Furious and Riversan actually got the most points out of game 1, even though they didn't take first place. So, look, we were harping on about how placement points were going to be really important, but I think that goes to show that eliminations are still a factor.
Yeah, we were saying that maybe double-digit elims might be the thing to separate some players from others, some duels from others. 8 elims is close to that. It's close to, getting, almost 28 points in total coming through for this. And so it's huge for Furious and Riversan to have that kind of differential there in those elim points. Past that too, though, I'm looking from top to bottom, some of those duels that'll be in contention. Stretch Commandment, we have Arkram, Rex, Chap, and Skittles. That revive was something so clutch there to have on Chap, but these guys will all have a pedestal now. If they perform in game 2, 3, 4, 5 afterwards, it'll look even better.
I'm pretty shocked here to see Furious and Riversan. I saw them a little bit in the feed, but I did not expect them here to overtake the difference between first and second by elims alone. 5 points is the difference too. They literally outplayed the format at this stage. Furious and Riversan looking very good and strong after game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to go down the list there as well. There's more than half of the lobby isn't even into double digits in terms of their points overall. So that already gets you off to a pretty rough start. You think about it in the context of, for the teams that at least are definitely on 0 points, you're like, well, now we only have 4 games, right? Our competition, our whole tournament, even though we have played 5 games, might as well have only been 4 games in terms of points. And I think even for those teams that aren't even into the double digits, you start to think like that as well. So they're going to have some monster games to come back from that kind of a deficit. When you think about it, overcoming 107 points, you know, that's just one game, right? You multiply that over 2 or 3 games, right? If you continue to have these rough games at the start, it's going to be like, what do we even do? Even though you can get 90 points out of the placements for first, that's already such a difficult margin to overcome.
Yeah, it's like there's only 2 teams now as well that are triple digits, right? So if these guys end up performing a little bit more so, we were talking about, you know, game 4, game 3 will have some solid duos to look at. They'll be ahead of everything else. Like game 2 might show that happening a lot earlier.
All right, fellas. Oh, you go. I'll let you go because mine's not that important.
I have nothing to say because I'm like literally, you know, I'm still shocked and speechless the fact that Riversun and Furious are up there because I really did not register them as a team. Sure, going into this, yeah, I'm like Riversun and Furious. That's a good team. But in that end game, I really wasn't, you know, I didn't see a good position or anything like that. I really missed it entirely. So I'd have to see next game how they're actually doing that and what unfolded entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is obviously consistency when it comes to a format like this and any kind of battle royale that you play. You have to be able to place and frag consistently. In this instance, guys, though, I want to take a step away from the game and take a step to the real life stage, and you guys are wearing some nice headsets, so let's pimp those out and give everyone at home the opportunity to pick 1 or 2 up depending on what you do end up winning from this giveaway. If you're in the Twitch chat right now, use the hashtag JBL Quantum to potentially net yourself some goodies. You've got the potential to win the JBL Quantum headsets or a 100 Thieves merchandise something. It may be something, I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out when you do win it, but you can win some pretty cool goodies. So make sure you type hashtag JBL Quantum in the Twitch chat, and you know, obviously you need to be in it to win it. So make sure you type in that pretty quick because there is only a few minutes for you to do so for each giveaway. That is not the only giveaway that we will be doing over the course of the day, but yeah, someone in the Twitch chat will let you know when the giveaway is done, and obviously you'll get contacted if you're the winner. But you got to be in it to win it. So hashtag JBL Quantum in the Twitch chat. You can potentially win yourself a JBL headset. That would be pretty damn cool. Speaking of winners, guys, Bucky and Creo starting things off pretty nicely, but I don't know. I wonder if, you know, is that the momentum builder for them, or do you feel like you get a bit more of a sense from the teams that are getting the higher elims that they're kind of like playing well today? Because I always look at these kinds of games and think placements are good, but you also need to be able to win fights.
Out of all the teams that I was watching in that game, I think the momentum builder for game number 1 was actually for Commandment and Stretch on Heights, because I saw that game after game after game in DreamHack last night, and it wasn't going well. But this time they convert on a decent placement, right? So that, I think, is motivation for them to continue what they're doing, and it works more so in this style with less of an incentive on eliminations.
Getting a bit of a reward, maybe, for like, I think what you're trying to say there, Baller, is that like if you don't get rewarded for what you're doing, you start to question whether or not you should be doing it. Anyway, guys, enough discussion, enough of that. Let's get into game 2 because that's where we're going to get all of our questions answered. So, diving into game 2 of JBL Quantum Cup. We'll see if Bucky and Creo can do it again and go back to back.
Let's check it out because it was all a passive game at the start, but at the end it was the elims that actually mattered and put a team towards first place, that being Riversun and Furious. But let's see what changes in game number 2 for the JBL Quantum Cup.
That's a team that's kind of split up multiple times and gone back together and split up again and gotten back together. But from the start of season 4, actually, when they grouped up, their first tournament together, they did fantastically. And right after that, all of a sudden, no longer playing together, but they're back at it again another time. And this time it looks really, really clean so far.
I wish, honestly, these guys were free agents picked up by Misfits, because then their organization would be literally what their personas are in terms of how they're going through with teams.
Buckle up, guys, because there ain't going to be shooting for a couple of zones here. No matter where you are on the map, no matter if you're Zayton Saf contesting Arkham and Rex, whether you're Edgy and Scented contesting against Dubs and Keys, literally buckle up for a long, long game and another Northwestern zone. For those of you who didn't tune into EU, We got only Northwestern zones the entire time. And it just continues. 4 more games of this, and we'll have to see. By the way, another team joins the fray here at Misty Meadows. It's actually Jester and Jamal Murray, the NBA player, one of our influencers playing today, and Scented gets the spoils once again for that.
Pretty much racking up 2 free elims to start off the games. Jester will almost burn 2, but I think Scented picked it up with attack shots. I think that'll be it for like the next, 4 minutes?
Yeah, probably. Okay,
unless
let's get for some reason Dubs and Mega like pounce on that, but I don't think they will. Let's get what?
No chance. I was gonna say let's get the hard-hitting questions. The Coral Castle theme song, overrated or no?
You mean the Benji Fishy theme song?
The Benji Fishy theme song, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. No, that is underrated. Nobody uses that glider, and it's so good, bro. It is just so good. The vibes are completely different up here in Coral Castle, man.
The cool thing too is that this time the zone's actually all the way up in the Sharkin Castle, so both Arab and Crims will have a chance to have a little bit more control, a little bit better of a zone spot, kind of where we saw Landjock and Thresh last time. But from what we saw from Landjock and Thresh, having the best base at the highest elevation amounted to nothing. Like, they went down before that top 10.
It's not the days of squads or no mobility meta, right? So the position, it's significantly changed, right? The value of good position, I guess you could say. I think that more than anything else, it will prevent you from, getting W keyed or something like that, or getting an unfortunate circumstance like a headshot snipe or something like that. But it's not converting you into straight up wins, because mobility is such a key factor this season, more so even than last season, right? Because of the rips, right? The distance available just by your inventory is bigger, even more than what we had last season with crash pads and shockwaves.
That's why I feel like playing for your inventory is just that much more important overall. Like all that control that Stretch and Commandment have and feel like they have, it's just countered by that one item. I was also about to mention for Sweaty Sands, yes, once again contested, but also slightly south of it, another llama. Whatever team ends up rotating might have that buff again. You were saying that, Saf will not have the advantage. It might be different, but Northwest zones, llamas at Sweaty, and one off spawn fight every game. Is that the JBL Classic now?
Yeah, I guess so. Zayt and Saf getting all the fish. Another JBL Classic, I guess. Arkram just pulling double epic tax out of chests. Man, so interesting. The history, by the way, that these two teams have in tournaments just like this, they've fought each other multiple times. Arkram and Rex playing on East servers. I mean, the last time it was Arkram and Rex going at Salty Towers against Commandment. And actually, no, I think it was Saf and Zayt lining over there. I think they were literally battling in the Chipotle Cup in trios versus Arkram, Rex, and Epic Whale. Then in the tournaments before that, they also battled at Doom's Domain in Season 4. And that did not go well for Arkram and Rex and Epic Whale. Back when it was in full swing, Zayt and Saf stretch, Kings of Doom type beat. This time it's a lot different, clearly. The stakes not necessarily there for that level of Kings of Sweaty or Kings of Dooms or anything else.
I mean, it's an empty castle, right? Like, it's not like duos is the main mode going forward, so no point in Knights fighting. That actually makes it so much more so interesting too, because like every competition we've seen, every tournament has had like a link to a future tournament coming up.
Yeah,
there's been like a under the belly metagame going on for fighting for a drop, but when that doesn't matter and the placement's just for the top 10, you guys don't lose.
This amount of passivity too does devalue a lot of the rotation strategies. We talked about positionally, you're not really gaining wins or anything out of the spots that you choose compared to like a season 1 no mobility meta. But if there was a little bit more fighting, then these edge zone, these stay in zone type of plans and rotations are more valuable just because you're not only avoiding those fights, but you're coming out on a non-congested side. This last lobby did not have a non-congested side. If it was completely unconventional. I guess like the north side was non-congested.
It was also kind of the way the zone pulled. You keep going central over and over and over again. And the zone also pulling towards a side that you mentioned, the north, being kind of non-congested. The game kind of made it so there was no safe spot at all for any duo that's playing.
Oh.
Now, Illis, some nice beams, but
Yes.
once again,
Some free surge. Not traded here from Illist. They'll go forward without taking a single beam. Slacks. Hey, this is important, right? Like, we saw it. And it's going to be even more impactful this game because, once again, it feels like people are playing more passive. Everybody's just sees what happens in game number 1, and they're like, wow, okay, let's go. If you're just joining us, too, like, and wondering, what are we watching? What the heck is going on? Why is nobody fighting? This is JBL Quantum Cup, the finals here in NA East, and NA East is already a passive region, but the format is 90 points for a win. First placement threshold of 10 points starts at 10th place, and elims are worth 4 points. So you do the math, elims are not really worth it unless you're Furious and Riversun, apparently, or unless you're an EU player. But for NA East, they are full sending for these high placement, high valuable thresholds down the line. And we're only in game 2, so the meta is still developing.
even if you wanted elims, why would you fully box fight someone who has access to their full loadout now, rather than just wait until the last zone and go tack shot for tack shot against people who are half HP taking storm damage? The elims, I feel like, will still matter. It's just there's no point of going for those fights now at all.
Oh, this is Summer sees his teammate. This car gets eaten alive. They're moving into Sweaty Sands, and slight decisions on where you put yourself end up making risks all around. Saf and Zayt have claimed the top of hotel, which is not actually where they've been landing. Arkham and Rex have been perfectly landing for that, and Zayt and Saf have not been contesting, but either way, that's where they end up, and it is center zone-ish. It's more centered towards Coral Castle, so we'll have to see if anybody does end up going out into the archipelago out there.
Isn't it like archipelago?
Archipelago.
Really?
I don't know. Look it up. Here, I'm gonna Google it right now.
Do that sound thing.
Archipelago, yeah, I'm right.
Archipelago, okay. Hey, man.
I think you're thinking of like a musical term.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's like.
Isn't it archipelago? I don't even know. There's 4-syllable words, man. It's like why bother? Like, why can't we just compartmentalize arch? We're done. Nice.
Fish for D-Gen, so key. We saw it last time, how many people were up in the sky. Let's start to think a little bit about these different teams who are up on the leaderboards. Bucky and Creo won the last game. Right now, they're on the left side of Sweaty Sands, doing pretty decently, but they did get some attention drawn to them. Just a little bit. How does that affect them going forward? And also, where are Riversound and Furious? Some of the other teams that did very well in the last game as well. Where are they starting to position themselves?
Riversound must also be somewhere in Sweaty Sands. I'm also curious as to why still even though they're not all the way up on the boards. Clips and Lazar are not taking this left path, because if they did, just look at all that.
Yeah.
Or once the map comes up, the free space that's available on the left is literally just Thresh and maybe Edgy there. And Scented. The south side too, although it looks free right now, I just feel like as soon as the zone closes in, it'll be the furthest distance from where Trap and Skittles actually have to move. But they are 5th, so they are in that top 5.
Yep.
Close to
Arkham
getting
and Rex
all the
there
way
too.
up.
They were
Oh, nice, yeah.
just on the inside there, Sweaty Sands. There they are in the distance. See the River-san. We see Edgy and Scented. One thing to note is the position of Bucky and Creo, Dubs and Keys, Stretch and Commandment, all here on the outskirts of Sweaty Sands. Specifically Bucky and Creo here. They're not involved in this, refarming, this reclaiming of the Sweaty Sands buildings. And compared to everybody else who is doing that, I'm wondering how that affects them, because they're not getting that extra match, they're not getting that extra space, but do they actually need it, or is that more of a risk than anything else?
Well, it looks like right now they might have got a little bit of a blessing, because that zone goes straight towards Sweaty Sands. They won't have to move way too much, and the investment overall, they took a car here, only built about, 8 mats in total. Won't be too many issues. All those teams though that look really free on that north side will have even more room unclaimed to play with. It gets even freer right now. Tragics though with Panda inside big fights. Tragics will be the one who has to do the shooting, because Panda must have all those floppers like we saw last time.
Man, instantly took that wall. That's not the person you want to challenge. I like this. The idea there to have some vehicles already pre-damaged so that you could explode it if somebody does tunnel through. That was kind of the point I was getting at with Bucky and Creo. It's easier to move in from the outside into a POI later in the game. Whereas if everybody has to move off of the POI, all of a sudden that is so much more difficult. And if you are positioned on the outside looking in, you put yourself in positions to get those elims.
It's just the only sacrifice are the materials, right? You don't have the recycling. You will have a cost of about 100 to 200 mats, especially though too, if you end up rotating in late and you pick a bad spot, you get that lobby focus, which is so hard to break down and really run through your resources.
Now we have 2 major positions inside of Sweaty Sands that are really starting to stack up with the players for good reason. By the way, the one player that did get downed is back up. So since that Misty Meadows fight, since the NBA player Kyler Murray got taken out, there has not been another player to fall. So these two kind of peaks right now. We have the hotel area, Sweaty Sands, that's really starting to get a lot of congestion, the garage, and then the gas station. Both of those sides starting to form twin peaks against each other.
On the pattern of Twin Peaks, the pattern of these random one-off rifts in the third zone continues as well. Ladies, men, and Regulator going sky high and just getting beamed out what looked like by all the residents of Sweaty Sands.
One thing I love to do is also always look at the position of Arab in one of these stack games, just because he's thinking on a level that other players are not necessarily always. It's like a lot of players just take what they can get, but Arab is specifically thinking about, the path ahead, right? What is the next step as the next zone reveals? What is the worst case scenario?
So we're playing still in favor of Sweaty Sands. They'll get even closer than it is now. You can already see that tension, the conflict start to kind of rise. Teams clash against each other as they have to move in closer box to box. On the north side too, we actually have a lot of different duos that need to start to get very much closer together now and only have water to stand on. Over here, we'll see a lot of people already refarmed on mats. Chap Skittles looks so far away. from any other duo in their sight, but now are just wall to wall with polarized. Macwood and Acorn doing a very similar type of strategy to Bucky and Creo, the outside looking in. Mikey to their right doing the same thing.
It worked in the last game. We saw them do the exact same. They were fighting on the outside. Remember, they were having an engagement that lasted for a long time, just spraying their weapon on the backside of zone. Crimson Schmechter right there with them, though. 6 plays for Macwood and Acorn right now. 50 points. All from placement. Not a single. Sorry, I lied. 5 eliminations. Plus the placement that they got, which was 6th place in the last game. That nets them 6th place overall. Scoped and Mikey, not a team that you expect to see. Okay, never mind. It said below for a second. I got baited, jebaited.
Scoped was the guy who ended up eliminating, I think, both Ladies Man and Regulator. Actually,
Yeah.
must have been one of them. So
That's what I
that's where they got that surge. Yeah.
Gonna be a bouncer shock right on top of Macwood and Acorn. They get beamed a little bit, but ooh. Okay, little movement tricks. But they get themselves a little too far, I think. Look on the right side of the screen where they ended up. Deep inside the center of this zone. You don't want to be there in 4th. You want to be on the edge, on top of Macwood, on top of the Lord and them. Oh, it's a bloodbath up north.
Yeah. That was, I think, 6 different duos who have full loadouts, barely shooting anyone on their way in, who not only need surge, but
Good
to
pull.
get in on just water. Here's Panda. Wow, so neither player right now having those heals. Last time, Panda got to play with about 4 floppers.
Yeah. I think some of those he picked up in endgame. It was 6, actually. But definitely had 4 to start. In any case, sometimes the cookie doesn't crumble in that direction. There's still a lot of people stuck on that north side. That is still going to be an interesting rotation going forward. Eclipse is getting tagged. He was the person who took out the first duo of the entire tournament. Now he's by himself with no shields, trying to get in on Bucky and Creo. That could ruin a game, though, or 2. Is he actually going to be able to get in, or are Bucky and Creo going to hold on? It looks like Eclipse is not being let in. They know the situation. Spegu is also getting tagged by Surge, and Creo will pick up the elimination onto Eclipse.
Free loot for them. We're talking about where do you get your refreshes. I guess it's from perfectly positioning yourself for Surge members to come to your box and get knocked down.
Ooh.
We're going to reactivate. Somewhat of a medium timed rotation.
It's not bad at all. Zayt and Saf have gotten their way in. There is a fight on the edge right now. Cypher PK is stuck with one of those players who was getting under Surge. It was Spegu. And Kalazu will take him out, so they now have to rotate, but they're in zone. It has to be a shockwave. It has to be something. Saf also pressuring height. Stretch. Actually, Commandment takes out Bucky. Is that what I just saw on the feed?
Yeah.
That's a huge elim.
That's a duel that was literally 5 points away from first place. Now Bucky down. This duel is split apart in half. I don't think Creo's gone just yet.
Oh, there's Riversun.
The shockwave, actually.
I don't think he has Furious, actually. He looked like by himself, a solo. Smack takes out Skittles, by the way. Casker falls as well, so that's a trade. Chap left a clutch against what must be Smack left alone.
It looked like for Chap 2 was kind of unfortunate. It was a botched shockwave that sent 3 different duos flying apart. Skittles left in the water, got picked up fast. And right now, Booga was locking in with the builds onto Palazzo and Cypher PK, but they got that pressure down as well. One rift already popped as the zone just begins to move. But Palazzo has different ideas. He goes for the bouncer quick rotate. Booga, the same kind of making sure he's using his builds first. Vert, though, has dropped down somewhere from the skies, and now he's all the way back up with that rift.
It's gonna be hard to track. Riversun's still alive by himself. It's not Panda and Tragics who ended up taking height for now. You see Creo on the backside by himself. Booga trying to get in on Illis and Slacks. They were the first movers in this zone, and now it's an ultimate low ground play for a lot of different teams. Surprising. Furious is dead out the sky. Looking up still. Yeah, Furious completely knocked, but Riversun's still alive.
Riversun has a chance, but a lot of those duos who are in the sky from that rift are those northern side duos. People who have maxed out mats and loadouts that haven't been active yet. Right now, Panda has a big visitor on his box. It's Zayt. was looking to get in, but does back off. Sap is there. Thought that that solo play might have been a desperate one as his partner was down, but that's not the case right now, though. Panda finds an opening, still polarized, can't land any shots on the stack loadouts of the sky.
Oh,
he needs to land them.
Literally so important right now. He actually turns his attention down instead of up. The up is freer in my mind, but he makes it work onto at least Stretch right there, who was looking for the high ground take. DGen is down to Surge, 36 below still, and no, this damage will not combine. He might be able to out heal it, but that is so much left. Going forward, symmetrical, there's a tag, but still not enough. The damage is huge. Stretch takes out DGen. He's the one who did pressure it down. Riversound's still alive, clutching by himself. He's in first place. If he could get that top 10, that will be huge to stay in contention going forward.
Creo's right there too. He's full out on health, looking really good on Surge too. I'm wondering about his mat. Cease though. Lona on the left side. We're tuning with Illis and Slacks down in the fray of all these builds. We have Arab here, Colossal and Cypher PK, who are also getting eliminations as they move forward. Bugha box to box as well with Arab. Big shots being taken. The pressure might not be enough for him to survive, and he gets taken down by Vert from up top, so Bugha has to be careful. Gets the finish. Doesn't have the siphon though, but does have the mats.
Edgy went down too. Bugha still tunneling through with Avery, and I think they did pick up at least a little bit more to outlast. Macwood and Acorn go flying into zone, by the way. They get their way back in, but I'm not sure if that's going to outlast. 8 zone, by the way, is about to close. We're moments away from going to the 9th zone. The moments away, we have 18 teams still alive. 18 teams. Scented will be one of those teams who gets knocked. But just as that 9th zone reveals, we're not even close to the placement thresholds.
Not at all, and these guys will have to buckle up even more, fasten to maximum capacity right now. Blake going down, 15 more teams still left. Fabs in a clutch situation. Creo takes out Chap as a solo, still alive, and needs 3 more teams to go for that placement. Vert taken out. Zate active in this game as well. Knock bodies all over the floor. The teams need to get there for the mat refreshal, but everyone's down here.
What?
Fabs as a solo with the spray survives in a box against 2 different duos.
And it's huge too, because that was the moment that we switched over to the placement thresholds. He does fall in 7th place. Stretch and Commandment now on height. They have a lot of builds still available. It's Zayt and Saf who start to overtake in the final moments. Top 5. Keys and Dubs still in this one too. They take out Rex and Arkram, who are in 5th place. Slacks and Illis now from the outside looking in. Saf goes down to Stretch. Now Commandment also potentially fighting against Zayt. Top 4 situation. Where is this gonna go? It's still up there. Keys on the wall. The window is good, but Zayt comes around the corner. And Zayt still looking forward. Illis with a P90 just dominates in this situation. And from outside of top 10 looking in, 7 eliminations, that will skyrocket them up, but same thing for Zayt and Staff.
Yeah, but that was desperate plays all around in the second game. The first one I felt like was so much control on all sides, but other than stretching commitment on height, that was just like all going down to those final few shots.
Nice win for Illis and Slacks, but a good turnaround for Zayt and Saf as well. I mean, you guys were talking about them quite a lot in that pre-show, and we were wondering what was going to happen if they had a rough start. To be honest, 2nd place, that gets you right back in the running, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. That's 75 points. Like, yeah, it's 15 points off of 1st, which will be huge for Illist and Slacks, who were significantly behind. Again, outside of top 10, but in any case, only game 2, game 3 still yet to come, and still so much more. And we've talked about this over and over and over. It only takes 1 game to put yourself in contention.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
if you can get
game
2, that's where it gets even better.
Absolutely, and we'll look at those consistent duos that really pushed forward and got not only that first game's worth of placement, but also performed in the second. We'll also look at all the elims possibly that came through, because there were some surprises as well that we saw from Fierce and Riverside. We must have missed something in this game too. Just look at though how this game broke down at the end. So many people in the sky constantly. So much so that you were overwhelmed and couldn't even look up, as there were teams down below looking to get up top. Vert was the first team that tried to. Past that though, we saw Stretch and Commandment really take height in this moment, and Keys and Dubs had to heal out. In the mid-ground though, Bugha and Arab taking shots over and over again. All these mid-ground teams clashing, not getting an idea of what's actually happening outside the space.
Stretch and Commandment though here, in my mind, again, on height, time and time again, but this is a huge moment for Fabs too. He did fall shortly after this, but at least he starts to get those placement points. From what we saw in EU, if you at least get, 20 points, you get 8th place every game, you start to ride up so that in the 3rd game, you're at 75, you're kind of chilling because that means that you get to go all the way up. Keys and Dubs did make it towards the end too. This was huge. That turnaround under Arkham was ridiculous, but the final moments here for Slacks and Illis too. It stretched to go down first, but Illis to close things out.
I want to touch on Creo there as well. He lasted quite late in that game. I think Buck went down a little bit earlier, and Creo was able to get into somewhere between 4th and 6th place. So obviously they won game 1, and you get like a 4th to 6th in game 2. That's not too bad of a shout. I'd say, look, if I had to take a guess, I think they're probably still up there.
Yeah, they have to be. That was like absolutely clutch as well. He didn't do it really off of riffs or all the easy things that were possible, like a mid-ground tarp or staying on height. He was on low ground almost the entire time, taking out duels like Chap, like many other people all the way towards the end. And I think just staying back the whole time, if you're a solo, that's what you have to do. Just hope and pray you land your shots, and there's not many psycho duels looking to take down your boxes.
Try to fly under the radar maybe a little bit, make sure that you're not the one that's getting all the crossfire shots headed in your direction.
Exactly.
Look, I suppose that's a good result for Creo and Buck, and Illis and Slack starting things off well. I mean, there are a few teams that we've thought might perform really well today, and they haven't necessarily been able to get one of those big sort of wins just yet. Rex and Akram, they did okay, I thought, but they haven't necessarily been able to get themselves up to the top end of the placements. Dubs and Mega, I mean, there's a few here that I think, we've written down earlier on in piece, but we still need to see more from as we go through JBL Quantum Cup.
Yeah, and I think, again, that whole story about, just accruing at least, top 8, something like that, game after game. And sure, it's not maybe flashy, it's not explosive, but it will at least keep you in that space where just one pop-off game and you're in contention for first. You're potentially even over first. That's what happened in EU with Thomas and Tayson. And while, sure, the play styles are drastically different, maybe we might have, a crazy shakeup in the final zone because we just have more people. It doesn't matter when the dust is all settled. One team will rise above, and hopefully we'll see one of those guys, as you mentioned, Rex and Arkram being one of them.
What about we talk about, from the good end, like we've been touching on what's been going well. What if we touch on things that have been not necessarily going so great? We saw Jester and Jamal, unfortunately, they come in for game 2, they drop to Misty, and all of a sudden they're on top of another team. They just get wrecked out of the server. It's like, what do I have to do? I've not been able to get into game 1. Now I've come into game 2, and I'm the first team eliminated. It's got to be a rough start. You've got to be feeling like the world is against you at that point.
I feel like maybe, obviously there wasn't much research done, probably going to your favorite spot and seeing what's up, but you're up against some of these pros. No matter where these guys go, I feel like it'll be difficult.
Yeah.
Other stuff as well. If you're looking at, the things that went wrong, we're looking at a team that has uncontested Camp Cod, Eclipse and Lazar, not having the craziest placements. That's kind of surprising to me, Bala.
Yeah, and we saw Frey and Hikers do very well at a spot. A different plan, though, entirely. Even though it's the same type of zones, a different plan for them. Game 1 was similar, but it was just different paths. Game 1 went well for them, man. I'm not going to say that it went bad. At game 2, though, they just weren't in those spaces, and they had a surge issue, which is very surprising to me.
Speaking of game 2, these are the post-match results. Now, it's obviously not the overall standing for anyone that's just joining us. This is game 2 only. 118 points out of that one, though, for Illist and Slacks. And interestingly enough, in game 1, I think 107 was the highest placement or the highest total points that we got out of that game. So already, that's the top game that we've seen so far today. I'm just having a look down the list to see where Buck and Creo ended up. They only actually got 22 points out of that. You guys were sort of talking about that sort of 20 to 40 point mark. If you can keep that ticking over, that's probably a good place to be. But they ended up going out in 10th. I thought they actually lasted a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, I was surprised to see them in 10th as well. I definitely thought that Creo ended up a little bit farther, but I think he went down in that mess that we saw Favs jump in on.
Yeah. Oh, well, overall standings, and for the moment, it's actually Stretch and Commandment that are at the top. We haven't really spoken about them at all. I guess you did touch on them after game 1, I think, just to sort of briefly mention them, but they haven't picked up a victory royale just yet. But they're still 70 points above the rest of the competition. That's insane.
Yeah, I was looking at, the names I was trying to see that were there in that first game's leaderboard and second. I mean, these guys came third, and then they came second after the fact as well. So When it comes to overall looking at, or I think it's third average consistency, they're overall in first place because of that consistency. They have double-digit elims as well, and they seem like the only team that's really in control of height game after game, which is the most impressive, especially with this format that is centered around placement and is so heavy in those later zones.
Dropping down a little bit further on, we're getting towards the bottom end of things. Any big names there that we expected to see doing a little bit better? I'm not necessarily seeing any of the duos that we spoke a lot about down towards the bottom end of the discussion at the moment.
I think the biggest one for me right there is 16th, tied with Eclipse and Lazar P, is Scented and Edgy. Right. Like Eclipse and Lazar P, maybe they could edge their way in a 5th place or something like that. That's what I would expect of them. That's like best case scenario for that team. But Scented and Edgy are people who should win. That's my thought, at least. So far, it's not working out for them. They do have 5 elims though, but the placements are where they're lacking. The placements is where they're falling down. It's not what Commandment and Scented are able to do, which is 3rd and 2nd. That's starting to be consistent.
Well, luckily for the teams towards the bottom end of the standings, we're not even halfway through JBL Quantum Cup for North America just yet. It'll be time for us to take a short break, give you guys some time to freshen up. Don't go too far away. Maybe grab yourselves a drink because we are going to be back shortly to jump into game number 3.
JBL presents the sounds of victory. JBL Quantum Gaming headsets.
The first time you sit down, it is loud. There are fans screaming and chanting, drowning out the call-outs from your teammates. I mean, you are not in Kansas anymore. We're in the finals, trying to find the last player, finally take them out. People are screaming, but I can't hear a word they're saying. I felt like I'm underwater. All this self-doubt that I had just seemed like it was washed away by the tide. Listening to myself, I feel like it's a soundtrack in my head through every step of my career.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Yanis, and this is my JBL pregame ritual. Catch Z's so you don't catch L's. Crisp count, make everything sound better. Knock knock. Pre-game hype is key. Set the vibes and get your game face on. Let's get it.
Hi everyone, it's Brooke AB and I'm super excited to be partnering with JBL this year as part of the launch for their JBL Quantum Gaming headsets. I've been using this pair of JBL Quantum ones since about April, and the active noise cancellation is super impressive, especially with Nate Shot next door yelling all day long. The JBL Quantum Cup is just the beginning for JBL, so keep an eye out for more, and good luck to all the amazing competitors from around the world.
Hey guys, and welcome back to JBL Quantum Cup, where we are at the moment watching some Fortnite from the North American region. We've finished off Europe, we've got Asia after this, but there's also going to be some Valorant, some PUBG going on as well. Although that's all coming up for you tomorrow. I want to bring our casters back into the fold. We've got Baller and Shia Wager here on the line helping me out today. It's great to have you guys here with us. And so far we're seeing some pretty good stuff. We've got Stretch and Commandment who have got first place at the moment, but we are only 2 games in Baller, so plenty left to play for.
Yeah, and I have to now, we've always asked the question, oh, are we expecting changes and whatnot? But as we move into game 3, as people start to realize, hey, we kind of have to play in a different way. We have to whittle this down because right now, the way that everybody's playing actually makes this final zone a lot more variable, a lot more random. Sure, Stretch and Commandment have come out with a 2nd place and the 3rd place twice in a row, but is that going to stay the same? Because what I'm seeing is literally 18 teams. 18 teams going into the final zone, the final one. And with that, that is unsustainable for anybody to be consistent.
I mean, it's also important to note they've got those 13 elims, so that's like quick maths, 52 points, and they're actually 70 points above 2nd place right now. So Elim's still causing a bit of a ruckus at the moment. You got them as the top number as far as the Elims are concerned. A few jumping in there pretty close by. But either way, guys, that's a discussion that we'll get into when we do get into the game. First, I want to give a quick shout out to those guys in the Twitch chat who are, watching along. We're talking about winners. Well, you yourself could be a winner today if you type hashtag JBL Quantum in the Twitch chat. Obviously, you get yourself some goodies and potentially win a JBL Quantum headset or one piece of 100 Thieves merch. Obviously, we've got a few 100 Thieves players playing today, so maybe you can support them with that merch if you do pick up the win. But obviously, hashtag JBL Quantum in the chat. You've probably got about 5 minutes to do so before they close the giveaway. I know they'll send a message in the chat when they do close that giveaway, so you'll know if you've missed out or if you have to come back later. Obviously, we'll be running the giveaways over the course of the day. So don't go too far away if you don't miss out. If you don't pick up a win right here and right now because there's more opportunities later on down the track. But more opportunities as well, Shio, for a lot of these teams. We were sort of talking about Arkham and Rex. They were a team that I felt like that sort of flew under the radar a little bit, but a couple of 5th places. They've got themselves 9 elims, so they're definitely doing well, and they're in 2nd place, which is, like I said, about 70 points behind first. But realistically, when 90 points for a first place for a victory royale, that's definitely something you can overcome with 3 games to go.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird watching them though, because usually it's aggressive gameplay, it's box diving, early and mid. You don't see that. It's just fat end game lobbies or end game zones over and over again. And it's kind of more so them still playing aggressive, but not the same points I usually end up seeing Arkham, these guys pop off.
I think that this lobby is actually favorable for Arkham playing that style, right? Yesterday he was playing with Reet,
Yeah.
so yes, there is a difference when you play with Reet. You have to kind of let him do Reet things and jump into boxes, but Arkham and Rex are different. In my mind, they're very methodical end game players, and this is kind of the style to make that work. But 2 5th places is not, in my mind. Sure, they're in 2nd place for right now, but if that's their best, then I am scared for them to actually hold on to that 2nd place and hold on to the prizing at all, because there's the big pop-off moments going to come from some of these teams, going to come from Macwood or somebody like that, in my mind.
Yeah, I think the important factor is that at least they're keeping themselves in the discussion, right? And that's always where you want to be. If you're the one that's not having that pop-off game, at the very least, keep yourself within 1 game's distance so that we get to game 5, there's always still that possibility of making it into 1st place or making it into the placement points, the prizings, and that kind of thing. Other names to sort of touch on, Illust and Slacks. Obviously, we saw them winning game 2. Buck and Creo, who won game 1. And I'd say Furious and Riversand to round out the top 5 heading into match 3. But there is quite a discrepancy between 1st place and 5th already starting to emerge. It's about 80 points. And so we definitely need to be seeing some of those teams from 2 to 5 catching up a little bit. Otherwise, Stretch and Commandment might run away with things here as we head into game number 3.
And things have shifted in the JBL Quantum Cup in game number 3. The bus is launched, but some of the teams that we were paying attention to that did not show up in game number 1 did show up in game number 2. Speaking of Zayt and Saf, for example, Dubs and Keys, who had the first team exit in the grand finals today, all of a sudden switched that to a 4th place finish and put themselves in 7th. We've been keeping track of a lot of people, Chap and Skittles as well. They fell in 15th from 4th last game, not quite making it all the way because of just 1 failed shockwave. Makes a difference.
Other teams in that spot too, we have Fabs, Wavy Jacob, Symmetrical and Vert. Seems like game number 2 was a game of West/Western tendencies to come through on East and hit that top 10. Past that though, there's some people playing super consistently. We talked about Illus and Slacks. They're still doing a really good job. 15th now all the way to a win, meaning they're feeling things out, but you can't really get better sometimes. You have this pattern of a team that has the worst placement and gets better placements every single game. Sometimes we mentioned that a team that ends up winning might not be in the best of positions because after that win, they might psych themselves out and never have a good performance again.
Finally, we see an Eastern zone. Finally, we have some mountains in the way here in the JBL Quantum Cup. We are going towards Dirty Docks. But look at this spread on the map. We've been looking at it for quite some time. There's literally not a single team contesting each other, although finally we have Thresh and Landjock. Oh, do they not know Not Panda's here? Okay, now they do for sure. He gets tagged already. Thresh is directly aggressing. I don't see Tragics. Tragics is all the way in the water. He's trying to get over here, but Not Panda's already potentially down. Yes, he does get a lot of damage in though, but they'll get the Siphon. No, he's actually gonna pick it up. Tragics might have the time. Might have the perfect time. He has to take out Landjock. Oh no, and he's the one with the Siphon about to take over, and he'll follow it through.
Wow.
Tragics, and he saves Panda as well. Unbelievable. The timing on how that all worked out. It looked like he was nowhere to be found, but as soon as that shakedown comes through, knock, knock, I'm on your door.
Open up the door, it's real. With a literal non-stop pop of that heavy AR over and over. Mouse one held down. Thresh, I thought, had the best peak there, possibly, but it wasn't actually possible. In that circumstance, that is one thing, though, that I thought we wouldn't see until game 4 and 5. a duo that has everything locked down. Then Jock and Thresh has a good drop, can get some residual loot. Fighting here too, symmetrical invert. Looking for another fight in the early game. And that's a quick knock over on Jesser.
Unfortunate. Symmetrical invert smelled it. They say, hold on, what is going on? Look at the skin, look at the movement. Jamal Murray now, NBA player, not Kyler Murray. I'm too used to casting over NFL players. This time he's trying to hold on, but only 3 builds, and yeah, he's gonna have to pull the Season 2 Classic, run around and try to maybe jump over your teammates. No.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
I mean, have fun with it, I guess, right? They have the time, they got the space, they can, but have some sense of respect.
Come on, man. Symmetrical inverts will find the switch. By the way, the only team that's probably switched their drop spot, and they did find some space. Jamal Murray's like, and Jesser, they find some space. Craggy houses, the broken houses up there, uncontested, but symmetrical invert. That they were like, hold on, that was ours before. What's going on here? Who moved in?
Gotta always check the papers first to see who's up, around, and about. Coliseum quiet today, of course, because Cease did end up moving out. Wondering if we see anything else happen before we get into Baso mode and Rotato mode.
Have these guys shot at each other? Like,
nope. So far, it's just been farm and move, man. Farm and move.
yeah, I mean, hey, that's the motto of pretty much everybody on the lobby. The entire time, Rex will build against Saf, but they give free reign for Zayt to go onto the pier. They got already the Flopper house down south, and now it's just fish, fish, fish. Let's get some rifts, and we'll need it. What do you think of this theory that catching the first zone is actually worse in your favor than anywhere else? Because I feel like Zayt and Saf have had those issues in the past, especially last season in Doom's Domain. A lot of times it'd be like, okay, they win Dooms, and then they get Zone, and then it's like, well, what do we do from now? Whereas when Zone is far away, all of a sudden we see them in 5th Zone on height. Like, that's the type of thing that I feel like happens, but I just can't figure out why that is.
I felt like it's always looking for the best spot as a mindset rather than looking for the best journey around the map. I'll take an example of like what happens when Arab gets, the best zone possible. I've seen this happen a couple of times. We'll still prefer to actually map a journey on moving around that zone, having experiences where, like, I feel like some of the top teams, since they're so used to looking for that best hill, if you start on it, there might be a little bit of confusion. There might not be that push, that drive to find the journey. It takes a special type of mind to think that way.
Journey before destination. Spegu already a refish. The journey starts off well.
I was gonna say too about journeys in general, like one duo that might not be playing today, but in the scene, Rokin and Voil, very good at being sort of, I would say, journeymen. But even in like finding that journey, it's just actually an interesting thing you popped up with getting zone. It trips up even the best duos. So,
and it's been a few games in a row now. Zayt and Saf are still there in Sweaty Sands. The zone is moving. May have the fastest start to a game yet. But other people around the map, Stretch of Commandment, already moving very, very far, very, very deep. They're landing over at Salty Towers and already close to Lazy Lake on this path through.
Seems as though we're gonna have a huge kind of community base / traffic jam in this desert in a little bit if people don't start really moving across. Half the lobby still not inside this first safe zone. I kind of lost as well where Eclipse and Lazar was looking at the bottom side at Camp Cod. They left very early, so We're seeing some duos also switch up strategy and style.
I saw them complaining. They're in Coliseum right now. There they are. I saw them complaining about Camp COD in the chat before this game, so maybe they decided to switch things up too. The crazy part is that even though like we have the 32 teams and we see the spread and how like how it looks like everything is taken, there's still stuff not taken. Eclipse and LazarP very well might have switched it up and gone somewhere that they felt there's possibilities of moving into.
There's good spots on the map, then there's good spots on the map for the tournament they're playing in currently, so you got to make the switch.
Looks more like a Quidditch arena than a Coliseum. I don't know why that thought popped into my head. With Cypher PK trying to work his magic. How did they lose HP here? At least Colazo. Did he just take fall damage?
Had to be fall. I swear he was just fall a second ago too, so. You know what it could be? Like 0 point fish or just the effect. Running out at the worst time.
Oh, yeah. That happens.
Okay. Is that a fight or these guys just... Oh, they're just rotating by.
There's no such thing as fighting in NAE servers.
Yes, yes. This is true.
This is still so crazy to me. I mean, even like the other tournaments that we saw, I guess the fact that it is a lot of pro duos right here, like a lot. Most of these teams, yes, some of them are mixes, but pretty much everybody's a pro outside of the Jesser team. Oh, hold on. Lord NM and Strep in on Riversun. Riversun down, and they've lost. No, there he is. I was going to say they're going to be able to get him completely finished, but Furious is hiding now in a building. He's going to try to get a little bit of HP. The shakedown is through, so they'll find him, finish Riversun, and move forward. This is big. Riversun and Furious were in 5th place. They were the team that got second with 8 eliminations in game number 1. Furious, almost no chance even to get this reboot, although I see Lord NM and them backing up. A big fight here too. Stretching Commandment onto Dubs and Keys. They've gotten some damage done, but Dubs does have minis.
I think this team's looking just for the damage, but in terms of Lord at Lazy Lake, we saw in game number 2, he was taking excessive beams at Riverstone's car. Now that fight gets a little bit more close and personal.
This poor house. All gonna burn down, but in either case, they're gonna farm it up anyways. Although Defabs and Wavy coming in here now too. Stretch and Commandment might be able to force a fight from both of those teams. So this now gets sketchy here for Dubs and Keys, who are in 7th place. We also have obviously Stretch and Commandment in 1st place. No Rift Fish for them, just Shockwaves, but any impact that they get here would be massive.
They're always looking to elevate when everyone else in the end game uses their mobility. They just build straight up, and it's uncontested because everyone looking for heights like in the air or somewhere else. The game plan is still active for them. Favs and Wavy, though, are coming through with momentum. He was, what, 29th in game 1? Or no, 28th. Going down so early, and then after that, hitting a top 10. Gushin Strobe, one of the issues these guys had last game too was Storm Surge.
Yeah.
The first team that got affected in Sweaty Sands. Although they look like they're playing passive right now, they might just be playing the map too much rather than the players around them. Too much passiveness just leads to your duo being silenced by the storm.
In the distance, Chap and Skittles have a lot of space to themselves. Scoped is right behind them, though. There's Saf. A good spread on this mountain. Nobody's really basing up on top of each other yet. So a massive difference from the Sweaty Sands end games that we've had. Because of that, Sweaty Sands, how many buildings there are, the hotel, the garage, like everything in that. Everybody wants to base up inside of that. Here, there's nothing. Just open fields and open hills. There is a lot of congestion down in retail row, which does not catch zone. And a lot of big teams there. Edgy Scented, Arkram, Rex, Bucky, Creo, Slacks, and Illest. Furious and Riverson are back up too, by the way. If we can dive on over to retail row and see it, what their condition is. Because remember, they had fallen to the hands of Lazar P and Eclipse earlier on. Or sorry, no, Lord and M and Strep.
Teams that look like that have the biggest advantage right now will be far away from retail. All the way at Dirty Docks, we see Arab and Blake on that mini map right now, though there's like 5 to 6 teams that need to make it out of retail up a mountain. Bucky and Creo being one of them. Once again, Bucky a little bit worse for comfort when it comes to shields.
Complete opposite from last game, by the way. Remember how they were based up on the outside of Sweaty Sands. This time they based up inside of retail row, and they do end up needing to overcome the issue that I was talking about last time. Getting up this mountain and out of the city, where everybody else who's kind of spread out has a firing range on you compared to the other way. Zayt and Saf being one of them. They're actually looking directly on top of Furious and Riverson.
All these teams right now in retail are kind of strafing back and forth. No one's really pushing W to get closer. Now they're going to be forced to as zone starts to move, but that means people like Scented and Edgy start to fire shots. There's Furious and Riverson. A little bit of an update. They still have extra shields, shockwaves, but an empty inventory slot on Furious because he needs to get Riverson back in the game. Still getting pressured too as they move.
Saf taking shots. Yes, he tags Riverson. That is huge. That team low on heals, low on pretty much anything in the inventory. But Zayt also got tagged in the meantime. Bucky and Creo did make their way up, but it's expensive. Oh my goodness, is it expensive. But worth at least. They survive and hang on a little bit longer. No damage done to them either.
They had shockwaves. They had many shields to play with, chug splashes in both games that we saw before. This time, the shields are looking not too good at all. Just a few minis on Bucky, one big pot on Creo with minis as well. Look at no shield situation here with fights breaking down for Riverson. He cannot catch a break. Furious is down bad on shields too. Like, this has to be a wrap.
Oh, and there's the beams up from up ahead. They're trying to break the line of sight, put other teams in between them. But yeah, it's Scented and Edgy who take complete control of the situation and put them down. Scented and Edgy, this might be the game for them to respond to everybody else who started rising in that leaderboard, including Furious and Riverson right then and there.
It can't take too long though. The zone pulling up north past the grotto, right below the docks that are dirty. Lords has a smart idea right now to actually shockwave quick, because the teams that get here the latest will be held, just like Riverson and Furious were too. They're in. Look at the minimap. Look at the arrows. It's a rainbow of colors, man. Like, dual split apart. Yellow beside pink, beside blue, beside white. Like,
and still, some duos taking this very, very risky path. Scented looked like he wanted to get in on Innocence. Lord and Nem, though, just going straight for the other side. That's tragic. Remember, he clutched up, saved his teammate, not Panda, at the beginning of this game. Now, with the mountain in play, this starts to become a little dangerous for this end game too. Where is it going to go? You said the docks that were dirty might end up being a factor, but no, it's going to come back up this mountain, which is also filthy. At least everybody in this lobby is thinking the same thing. This is going to be absolutely trash to deal with.
the only teams that really kind of have a leg up, maybe a broomstick to shuffle around all the mess, are these northern squads of Arab. I'm looking at Crims, Colazo making a move all the way up there, but looking like a solo. That's the white arrow you see above the green on the mini map. They're all just looking boxes to boxes. Look at all these teams though in the center. Look at that Season Summer. We just got off of the POV of Degen as well on the other side. They are just looking for beams, tags, frags all the way around. It is messy, and Summer can barely even survive right now 360 degrees of punishment on his box. On that top-down view, you can see the clear-cut 2 different dimensions. This entire conglomerate of just builds and boxes side by side, and then the other side is just peaceful. It's calm. Sisto got picked up.
Yeah, he did, and he's getting pulled all the way into the old base. Polarizer is going to be able to finish him. Bucky goes down. I was watching that. Arkram is the one who gets the elim. Dubs takes out Fabs as well. Yes. Summer's down 2. Creo once again left alone. Bucky is not in this. As Zone pulls up towards the northwest, all those northern teams that you said had a factor in this game will start to divide and conquer as they look down south, the teams up the mountain. We'll have to figure out how to get over. Oh, Edgy and Scented, they try to shockwave, but look, Scented is split. Edgy is all the way back, that big number 12, and it looks like he does not have a shockwave of his own. Oh, no.
You got to think about the splits that people have too. Was Edgy left with any heals to take? Was he left with the power to run out of shots? Not sure, but even on the move, Zuni's having some issues. Innocence on the backside did not get shot, but watch his teammate take so much damage, and his builds are burning too. That's vital white HP. You're gonna need to fight that storm. We'll set up a bouncer shockwave, it looks like, in just a second. Not risking anything right now getting into that zone.
Edgy starting his path. Here's Stretch and Commandment, our first place team right now. Due to a 3rd place and a 2nd place and the most elims out of anybody right now. They've got their eyes on Arkram, but the reflex is there. And it's a fully built brick wall that will stop those shots from going through. Dubs and Keys are right next to them too. Zayt and Sav underneath them. So many of the top teams looking at each other right now.
And all these updates on these top teams, they're kind of halved out on mats. From all the other games we saw, they were sitting full and pretty. This time, every box, every build made will have to be crucial and perfect. Because if it's not, you're wasting vital resources.
The most important resource, though, is going to be these Rift Fish. Not only spending them to get up and around the elevation, but also paying attention to who can use them. You don't want other teams to be able to spend them because it's so important getting over these mountains. It is going to be flat for now, but that's only the 6th zone. 7th and 8th, where are they going to? Everybody's worried right now on how this is going to play out. Nice pick from Polarized, looking straight to Edgy and Scented. They've got back together, though. They've gotten right back together after a dire split situation before.
They'll have to move, though. Stretch and Commandment can also live this zone. It's going right back towards their house, where all their old builds are. They might get to have some control. It's all about the journey right now, though. Scoped and Mikey will be the ones in control. All about actually hitting builds fast and first. Scope looking for those shots in mid-air, but Zone is moving fast. He only has to have a few before he has to move. There's Stretch. Or Commandment actually moving in first. Stretch behind him. No elims as of yet. The builds are also somewhat running out. Just hard materials left.
This team playing the mid-ground layer, they've always been going for height, but this game is different. This game, already from the feeling alone, oh, Stretch will jump in the box, and he'll take out Arkram and Rex. The pinch is perfect from this team, and all of a sudden now they shockwave forward. Yes, they get in the zone, perfect for Stretch, because he needs to pop that med kit. Actually, that was Commandment, but they get split as well. Commandment's up on a higher layer. He's going to try to de-layer all the way down to where Stretch is, and I think he will make it, but 7th zone now starts to move. They don't have the time. Look on heights. Of course, it's freaking Zayt and Sav, not with any care in the world, so high above, not even a shockwave can reach them.
Still right now, though, first place is taken out second, and they're alive in the game, although split. If they find the time to come back together, take this game by storm, it doesn't matter what Zayt and Sav can do. These guys are having a phenomenal run. Chap goes down, though. Senta taking a few shots. Acorn and Macwood also lost in the fray of low ground. Look how chaotic it is here. And look at the control Zayt and Sav has. They have choices to make. They have control. Something low ground is lacking entirely right now.
The first time we see them with the split height strat that they are so good that they've pioneered on, and they're taking it to another level aggressively before the placement thresholds even come in. Sentin and Edgy fall before the placement thresholds. Stretch and Commandment somehow, some way have gotten back together, and the shields are now being popped. right before the thresholds do come in, they might make it another one. He gets an elim too. Yes, commandment, and there's mats to be had. That's perfect. He pulls just a couple to survive a little bit more.
They're now just left with their shots and a few more bills, maybe 2 boxes. So Logan is exactly where they have to go. It was so messy before, but they have a little bit of an illusion of choice. From the backside though, those are an Eclipse. Delete the materials, going down to just 5. Stretch there with a shot, the right hand peek, it's not enough. And they get eliminated at 10th, taking away 10 points with just a few elims.
That means now Zayt and Saf have the opportunity to have that big, massive game to overtake. A win and a couple of elims would be huge. But also, Illis still in this one with Slacks. They got first in the last game. They could also go. Oh, a high ground take from them is a shockwave. Zayt gets too low. Where is Saf? Is he going to be able to contest with Zayt? Oh, it's a full knockout. A full knockout blow too, but Illis still fighting. Saf on the backside, another shockwave.
Again.
Can he stay in? He knocks it out again. The resets are perfect. But Zayt has fallen so many times to Illis' blows in these final moments, and finally they have to give it up.
They did not have the amount of shocks to be able to live and stay on height. It was Illis and Slacks that forcibly grabbed it and still have one more to use in case there is some insurance type of play they need. But right now the focus is on beams from top down. The focus is on maintaining that height, but they get interrupted. Eclipse goes down. Lord is still alive in the center. The man that started off all the aggression over at Sweaty, one of the first fights that we saw this game in the mid side, is now alive all the way till the end. 4 different duels survive. Illis still up top, but Slacks needs to do something before he gets taken out. Just has one tick to work with. There it is, a vital siphon onto Scope in the storm.
He's out feeling.
One more player goes for heights.
Oh, it gets broken out, but the medkit's still there. Lord comes out of nowhere. Saf has gotten the siphon as well. The zone is closing. They're chasing him down in the box. Yes.
What?
Lord will find Saf. Just moments before they end up falling to zone. Unbelievable stuff. And Lorda and Em and Stret for the ones who come out on top.
4 duos, and in 4 seconds, Lord has 4 shots to take and takes down all of them. That was absolutely fast and insane.
I feel like that was the most clutch game we've seen so far here at JBL Quantum Cup for North America. Not only in the end game, but right at the start as well. I mean, I'm sure we've got a lot to talk about in the end game. Let's kick things off, though, obviously, with the end game, I suppose. That's what everyone's thinking about at the moment. That's what's fresh. So, Lord and Stamper being able to finish things off nicely, but Zayt and Saf, they got themselves another second, so they're being able to put those points on the board as well and being able to keep that ticking over, which is such an important factor. I'd say Stretch and Commandment getting knocked out a little bit earlier on in the piece this time was the big red flag for everyone. They saw that and they thought, great, now's our chance to catch up on some points.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, they tried their best, but it was just complete shambles from the position that they were in. I mean, they were going back and forth. They got split so many times. Finally, they get back together, but they fall in 9th place. And for a team that's gotten in the first 2 games, 3rd and 2nd, that is not, I mean, it's okay. It's fine. Look, they're still in contention, but that was the game they could have ran away with things. Now, all of a sudden, Zayt and Saf, 2 back-to-back 2nd places, and they're in the thick of things.
And they were honestly the only duo that looked like they had that end game plan in control 24/7, all the way until the end when Lord came through with this kind of wild style of gameplay, making these decisions that seemed too risky to even consider going all in with it. It worked out for them really well. We saw the difference though of how height looked and all this low ground action, box to box. It was so messy.
I wanted to talk about Tragics in that 2-on-1 clutch as well right at the start. You know, that's why I sort of felt like this was a real clutch game, not only at the end, but being able to pick his teammate back up there. I'm not sure that that's going to really help them a whole lot because for it was Tragics and Panda, I think it is, that are down in 21st place at the moment on the standings. Obviously, that was before going into Game 3. They probably would have needed to convert this game into something really, really solid to really start to push the top end. But those are the kinds of plays that you're going to need over the course of today in the JBL Quantum Cup to actually be able to challenge at the top. So we need to see that on a consistent basis, not just from them, but from all of the teams that are going to be competing in here. And you are starting to see some teams compete at that level.
Whoa, I did not see how far outside his zone Saf was there. You saw how he literally had to bounce her shock back into zone. And he makes it count. He saves Zayt for a little bit of time, and then Illis and Slacks, he breaks him out for Lord and M to actually fight against them. And yeah, you're right, Shio. 4 shots back to back to back. Lord NM will clean it up. 8 elims. That is the best thing I think I've ever seen out of Lord NM. I'm just going to be straight up honest.
I mean, yeah.
All right, well, fair enough. I suppose for me, look, I can't blame you, Baller, by the way, for missing what happens sometimes in the mid-game and the late game of Fortnite, because there's just so much going on. It's quite hard to keep up with everything. And look, that's what the replays are for, to catch up on those little tiny moments that we do miss out on and give a bit of insight as to where we're at. I suppose where we are at is a big question, though, now, because there's some results, obviously, that are getting updated at the moment, and we have yet to see how things are going to pan out after Game 3. We're more than halfway through the day now for North America, at least, and I guess in general, because there are 5 games of Asia after this, but anyway, maths. Look, I just want to get a sense of where you guys are feeling at the moment. Like, you know, you had your predictions at the start of the day, and I mean, Shayo, you said Zayd and Saf, and that doesn't seem like a bad shout at the moment, but is there another team, I suppose, that we're sort of starting to feel... Actually, I'll hold you for that. We'll have a look at the stats first, and then I'll get you to give you a prediction for the final 2 games first. So let's have a look at the post-match results first. We had Lord NM and Stamper. Obviously, they were able to pick things up pretty heavily. 122 points out of that game. Very, very good. Illest and Slacks, another very nice performance from them, coming in 3rd, but 2nd overall after the elims are factored in, and Zayt and Saf as well. So you're starting to see a few teams crop up regularly towards the top 3, and I'd say, you know, obviously if we do get into that prediction discussion, maybe one of those 3 teams would be the ones that you'd like to shout out. But overall, anything particularly to touch on here for the post-match results?
2 things for me in terms of patterns we're seeing. Illest and Slacks, first of all, having a say and having a good voice overall in these end games. It's been good to see in both games 2 and 3. Past that as well, Scoped and Mikey's might be some or a duo to look at, because in game 2, we also saw these guys hitting some nice shots, taking one of the first elims out of the sky. I think in Ladies Man and Regulator, who were trying to fly by as well. And then Scope has just been active on these long-range mid-game shots, which has been amazing to see. They're in 8th right now overall as well. And then Illest and Slacks take the lead over Session Commandment.
By 1 point, though. 1 point only in a format where you get rewarded for 90 points taking 1st place and 4 points for a kill. To have only a 1 point differential after 3 games. I think we're in for a tight finish, Baller.
Yeah, I think we are. And if I know Illest, this, and the rest of these teams too, they're not going to stop. Stretch and Command are still going to play well in the next one, even though they fell short this one, but they still stay in the lead in terms of elims. We've got 2 more games, and if I know this NA East region, it's going to come down to the last one, and it's going to come down to a clutch play by Illest, because not only are they starting that momentum up, but eventually that momentum will falter, at least. And Illest is the man you want in that position to clutch up.
Yeah, I think you start to see a bit of a discrepancy now as well between the teams that have had 3 really solid games and maybe 1 or 2 solid games, and they're starting to pull ahead quite substantially. We jump further down the standings here, and look, there's a few teams maybe that are still in the discussion there, but they'd have to have 2 absolutely massive games to even get up into the top 5 from where they're at right now. 45 points, let's say you get maybe 100 to 120 points out of each game. You're probably looking at maybe somewhere like 280, maybe 300. Let's give them 300 points at the end of the day if they have 2 fantastic games to finish things off here. Even that, I think, is going to be a tough ask to catch the leaders, who right now are already sitting at 215. You're looking at maybe having Illest and Slacks just completely bomb out in these final 2 games if that's going to be a factor.
One thing about Illest and Slacks as well is that they seem to perform when some of these top teams are taken out already, right? Like you mentioned, Jordan, that Stretch and Commandment were not there and got off early. I feel like they need to take someone else's space. So if all these top teams stay alive, and they tend to start to learning from their mistakes, that should be very difficult for Illest and Slacks to do anything. They won't have any space to perform.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, we do have one more thing to touch on before we get into Game 4, and that's for you guys at home. So listen up. You can win yourselves some pretty nice goodies if you type hashtag JBL Quantum in the chat right now. You've only got about 5 minutes or so to do that. So if you've got friends, maybe just get them into the stream pretty quick here and get them to type hashtag JBL Quantum as well. If you want to pick up a headset or maybe some 100 Thieves merch, obviously 2 pretty nice prizes. And I myself will be jumping into Twitch chat shortly after this to be hashtag JBL Quantuming myself away to a victory as well, fellas. Look, speaking of victories, I did ask before we went into those standings, where are we sitting? So where are we sitting right now? Like, you've sort of talked a lot about Illest and Slacks. Is that where we're really looking now for them to actually bring it home strong?
For me, yes, it has to be because the momentum. I always look at these patterns. I always look at the momentum and how people play from game ones and on. And for them, it's a rise, right? It is a rise in terms of both eliminations, where they had their most highest elimination game just now, and placement. They got first in game number 2 and now third in this one. And with the rise in eliminations too, I don't even think we've seen their best game yet. I think they're going to continue to go off of this, especially if we have another one of these more wacky zones. I think that's where they'll thrive even more too.
Okay. I was waiting. I was gonna say if you had anything else to say, because I'm gonna debunk it completely. When it comes to Ellison Slacks, I feel like they've peaked so far. I feel like all the top 3 are not gonna see Bucky and Creo coming, because they are on the outside, but if there's a team that can learn and clutch up for 2 games in a row, it has to be these guys. And I feel like for some reason they'll have a really good 2 games right on the horizon.
I knew you were going to go with something like that because I saw as soon as he said Innocent Slacks, you started shaking your head. I was ready for it. I was waiting for it. But I tell you what, fellas, I know we have been ready and waiting for game number 4 for a little while now. Let's jump into it and see how things do pan out. We're on the home stretch for North America, so this game is going to be a big one in deciding who comes away with that first place prize.
Second last game, and game 4 is the one where you want to have to push and do something. If every duo does that in the lobby, we're going to have some of the weirdest, wackiest interactions we'll see from early to end game. So let's see how that breaks down. We'll tune in with a bunch of different duos dropping across the map. Should be business as usual, but we could see some friction over here real soon.
Yeah, we could. So far, nothing has changed. Not a single thing, except obviously the position of Jamal, Murray, and Jesser, who are somewhere in the center of the map. Oh, they might actually hunt down Cypher PK. Cypher PK might have some guests knocking on his door pretty soon. Collazo is nowhere to be found, by the way. And also, look at this. Schmecht and Crims very, very close to Eclipse and Lazar P, who have switched their spots twice now in 2 games.
At Coral Castle always has to have some type of beef happening with an extra team. A random pickup that does not know where to go, or like, hey, let's try this POI. Should be pretty easy to break down. Crims is probably not too happy about this either, but used to fighting people, you know, off spawn randomly.
That's been the pattern for Crims' entire career. It feels like every time he's in a grand finals, he's like, these people, man. From World Cup to FNCS. Fucking Creo uncontested Sleepy Swamps. It's worked in 1 game, and it is an identical first zone, so maybe that's a sign of things to come.
Jester and Jay, I think, have the loot advantage over Cypher right now. The numbers advantage too.
Yeah, Cypher's just gonna tunnel away though, actually. Pretty well done from him. He's not seeing the blood in the water like we saw from the other team. Symmetrical invert up at Steamy Stacks. He's gonna wait. Look at Collazo coming straight zooming in a car, and they're actually gonna engage. Cypher wants this. You can see the way that he's positioning. He's looking at them. He's scouting. And Collazo will get out the car just before they get in range of the sound.
Tune into that hunt later. Right now at retail, 2 different teams battling it out, but Zuni's and Innocent Stars way split apart, smacked. This is his home. I think we all know that, and he held it down.
I was watching that all unfold, and I was still surprised with how fast Smack got on top and through that wall. And Innocence clearly had the same feeling right there. This fight started with Zuni's actually picking out Casker from midair. But now Zuni's is left all alone because Innocence is left and currently waiting to be picked up out of card form. That fight, Cypher PK, is going on to Jamal. He's got the first picked. And now Jesser just has to hold on against Collazo and Cypher PK, which I don't think is going to happen. Zuni's, though, in a 1 versus 2 against Smacked and Casker. While it might be their home, it's still potential here for Zuni's. The most deadly controller players recently. And he goes over top, but 2 cracks and another one too. Yeah. Not enough done on the initial fly through.
Another ride, man. Just another Another good just, you know, pick up, drive through. You want to call it what you want to call it. I just feel like for Smacked at retail, they've contested so many different teams. Him and Casker sometimes was unknown as well. They just know what's up. I thought that was. Did we see the same thing there?
Yes. He's phased through, but in the sand on the cone. I'm surprised. Ooh, oh, a snipe on who uses Colazo. Puts the pressure on. User's caught completely out of position, but now all of a sudden, there's a fight here that they don't want to necessarily be fully involved in. Cypher PK uses that perfect 0 point to disengage out the backside. Colazo might be left alone. No, he breaks the rock and goes forward. Another disengage.
I think they thought that that might have been Jesser, but obviously not the case. He's still on that cone.
I'm glad he's finding some way to have fun now. I can't believe, dude, back in the old days of Tilted Towers, like, people used to push in all the time. These days, no. It's like Salty Towers is just one person's. Ooh, what a shot from Blake. This fight does go forward. Actually, it's a different one than we were expecting. Blake and Arab against Schmeck and Crims. And Crims is out of here. Blake with the follow-up after the charge. And Schmeck will try to hold on, but it's a cone. And he can't really fight for height anymore as Blake instantly puts a stop to that.
Did Blake eat like a pepper in real life? Because, I mean, it's fast. He is sticking on the targets and he is not stopping. Arab now coming through too. White health left over on Schmeck, who's trying to survive, but they have the breakdown. Blake's looking really fast today. I hope they can translate this now, hopefully, into a very good top 5 endgame. I think that Arab has hit, I think, in at least 2 games, some type of placement. He's had those rotations, but once again, we talked about the format, how things look today. Consistency will not be enough. You will have to stay on the overall top side of the leaderboards constantly.
Last chance. It's their last chance for these guys to do just that. I mean, not only to put themselves into contention for top 5, which right now is 124 points. That's one game. But everything else after that, first place held by Illis and Slacks at 215 points.
This is the pick, man. Bucky and Creo.
Yep. It's looking good. It is looking very good from the very moment that first zone revealed. And also, from all the switches that have happened in terms of off spawn, we've migrated a lot more people from down south on the map further up north. I mean, you already think of Eclipse and Lazar P. You think of, obviously, Jesser and Jamal, whether or not that actually has a serious impact or not. But other teams, too, have moved up north, trying to find some other formula. And Bucky has 4 floppers and 2 riftfish. That is a loadout of dreams for what they need to get into this and get involved.
Don't stop there. I mean, Creo's got the slurp. We've got a shieldfish as well. Max minis. They're looking good. Meanwhile, though, the desert's looking kind of dry. That means lots of fights are going to be starting to happen.
Spegu is thirsty. Like, very thirsty. Avery and Booga don't want any of this. Oh, the edit down was almost perfect, but he does not get the cone, so a stare for Avery will stop him, but there's a floor there too. Avery's head is blocked off. Meanwhile, another fight, Blake breaking out in the top left. So 2 things to track right now. Spegu and users who got pushed earlier on. Now they're fighting as well. Blake will take out D-Gen. One more for these guys to find before we hop back to that other fight that Booga and Avery are having. Arab's down. He might get finished. But Blake is here. Polarized, you've got to be quicker. Blake's on the wall. He'll have to back away quick, and it is quick for Polarized.
Might be a buff, though, for Blake. Having Arab in his ear during this fight. Funnily enough, too, Polarized, a player that used to play with Arab, so this fight having a little bit more on the stakes as to who's going to win. Big shockwave up though, but none of the shots will actually land for any significant damage. Legs had the angle so far. He's done good timing with the pressure as well. Looks like he has the ping 2 for this fight. But does take a big shot. Oh god.
That was huge.
After this engage.
That was a huge shot from Polarized. And that fight was definitely getting a little too high, but also a little too far. My gosh, is this zone far? My gosh, have we taken a turn in the page as we approach the final game? Everybody all of a sudden says, hold on, hold on. I can't do anything without elims all of a sudden. We got to go for it. Wavy and Favs onto Colazo and Cypher PK, one of the legendary duos from the NA West scene, but also some legendary people here, Colazo and Cypher PK, both of them. And Favs will get the wall. They're starting to pinch a little bit better, but they've got to be careful. Macwood and Acorn loom in the distance, but also don't get too crazy with this pinch idea, because all of a sudden you could get jumped on from both Colazo and Cypher PK, but they're still working these walls. There it is. Colazo tries. They do trade a little bit. Favs, the first one to take some damage, almost goes for that wall, but Colazo's too quick for it.
This fight's happening inside a big valley, 2 mountains side by side, the sand dunes, but no one else is really focusing and pinching these guys just yet. I feel like Macwood might end up cutting them off when they have to move to zone. They're already basing up and looking back. Cypher and Colossal though, probably running low on mats at some point. Colossal makes a move out, but Wavy's there to catch the tags. After that, Cypher gets absolutely bombarded by tags from the duo. Acorn and Macwood sees this as a time to come alive and push for that third party. Knowing there's an ebb and flow on the tides of who has power in the fight. Favs getting tagged down. They will focus Wavy as much as possible along with Favs here.
They're getting
hopefully
in.
leaving Colossal alive.
Oh, the zone saves them. The zone too far for Macwood and Acorn to decide to engage. So Wavy will be able to finish this fight without worrying. I cannot believe Colossal just escaped from that one. Still some shots being put down, but I think that's it. They have to go. They have to. At least in their eyes. This fight is going way too long right now. Colosso's a sneaky little one. Cypher PK just has to sit and watch as all the shots still trying to find time. Finally, there it is. Wavy. Right back through the old builds. Too much to edit through for Colazo to escape.
Well, Macwood might leave some rocks up around, so Favs and Wavy can 0-point hop all the way back into the safe zone. Still, though, with all these fights we have dropping down, there's only a handful of duos that have been eliminated so far. Looking over at the center side of the map, Hunter's Haven. Zone split into grassy greenlands and a forest, / the sand in the desert. Also, duos are kind of hunkered up in the middle. Not sure what side to commit to. That endgame does go to Whooping Woods. We'll see that classic low ground split high ground where the trees kind of block vision. But if it does go towards the right side, towards the Haven, we'll get into mountainous territory. And we saw how crazy that was in the last game.
And maybe we'll see another crazy game from Lord NM and Strep. They're in this. They're involved. They're ready. Look here, though. This is our first place team by literally 1 point. Shockwaves and Slacks' inventory, only 2, but on the other side, it lists 2 is the magic number as well. 2 Rift Fish. The zone does pull up north, though. We're going to get a mix of both the forestry and the mountain range in this endgame. It could be both indeed.
Lots of teams now from that forest have to move in. It'll be very densely packed. Meanwhile, the desert will look a little bit more spacious. Car's still in play. Stretch wants to stop that. Sway Swoll and Kazi are going to be the targets of a little bit of lobby focus, but Sizz and Nano don't want to take part in it. This man is literally the highway police. Tragics being stopped for a checkup, but it's not routine. This is a golden heavy AR landing shots at distance.
Yeah, that's illegal.
They have every car on their box. What is this?
Yeah, Arkham and Rex started building up towards them. Same thing. with now Lord and M and Strep. And last time, it was Lord and M and Strep who dove their box. It was Lord and M and Strep that got them split in the first place. Arkham and Rex right next to them too. That team all the way from the West Coast is in 4th place right now. And sure, that distance between them and first might be 80 points, but this format means that that does not actually mean anything if they go down right now.
Ellison Slacks not happy. Neighbors moving by so close. That'll be Riverson and Furious having a phenomenal game 1, being at the top spot, but now falling all the way down to 7th place. For context, what Lord ended up doing in that one game has him 1 place higher than the consistency that Riverson and Furious has put out. So still with 2 games on the docket, whoever clutches up here and has that phenomenal 8 elim, higher than 5 elim win, can shake up those top 10 standings.
Furious and Riverson looking very, very good. Placed 2nd in game number 1, but since then it's been a downhill battle. Or sorry, uphill battle. Because they went 13th in game number 2 and then 29th, even though they had the heroics of Riverson to get back into the game. They got the reboot back up, but from there it was shambles. Only a couple of mats and no heals to deal with. Here's Bucky and Creo. It's just fish for them. We did say they had rift fish, but that was back all the way at Logjam. Now they've gone a long ways away. Here's Zayt and Sap as well over Weeping Woods. They're playing the edge, and I like this a lot. We talk about the forest in the way. They're blocking so much line of sight. They're even hunting. This is reminiscent of what we saw out of Chapix and Putrick. In EU, Scented and Edgy might be the targets.
At the same time, on this move with so many sightlines blocked, if they don't check their angles properly, the hunters could become the hunted on the move. They are waiting though, all the way on the backside, being the last people to rotate in. A very smart decision. And to path that journey in, pick the best spot, base up and then do damage. Got to remember though, those shockwaves have been the bane of their existence in the tournament so far. Every time they're about to win, someone boosts up, whether it's in the 9th zone or their base inside the 4th. More rift fish too. POV of rotators. Regulator will be the person to hold them from another Western duo we saw have not the most success, but some survival rates out of the mid game. This is the first game though I'm not hearing any rift fish pop before that 4th zone. We've seen that happen. Some desperation on all sides, so everyone is in full focus mode.
That was literally that first game. Zayt and Sap popped one randomly, and that's how they went out. If that did not happen, we might have a very different tournament on our hands right now, because even with that, they're in 3rd place. It's been up for them too.
Oh no.
I was talking about Illis and Slags. There was a rift pop, by the way, and it was no, it wasn't a rift. It was a shockwave across. They were literally the only people flying in from that west side in. And instantly Goosh and Strobe are struggling against the lobby focus of this mountain right here. Same thing with Wavy, same thing with Sway Swill. A lot of people right now succumbing to the choices of the lobby. Jester just went down. Somehow he made it all the way here to top 27. Props there. Huge props.
Arkham just went down to Degen. Again, before they can see an endgame, before they can see that super placement. They were 2nd before, now in 4th. Split apart. Rex now taken out too. They did do some damage to Polarized, but was not enough. Other spot in the top 5 now up for grabs.
It's around the side of this hill. It goes up north, down elevation significantly. This bodes well for the people up, but also, ooh, look at this from Bucky and Creo. They actually get a drop. Nobody's paying attention at all to them because everybody's on the side of that hill already. It feels like nobody is on elevation.
even inside this new zone, there were no duos that actually caught the zone. So everyone rolling in has moved there and made their choice on where they want to put that base. The entire lobby will have to make new boxes before this end game starts, and I feel like Bucky and Creo will be the last to move to get there to make their box, possibly on the highest point. Zayt and Saf are in. Not sure
They
what
just took out
this is all
Strep.
about.
They just took out the team that actually clinched out the win last game. Saf has finished Strep. It's all up to Lord and M now. Did he get the heals? Zayt is looking very weak. Hopefully there's something there. Here's Slacks and Illis, once again our first place team. Taking the floor down below, Thresh and Landjock might be set up for a trap. Zayt is down to the hands of Acorn. Saf is gonna try to get up to save him, but no, the pressure's now coming in. Only 80 builds for him and no mobility. Edgy is so low. Scented will hold on to try to see if maybe, is there a med kit? No, it's a big pot.
$15 seconds till everyone's bases are basically locked in and we see where the lobby has to move. The fourth game of the NA East JBL Quantum Cup. And they're
Okay,
getting
good.
even drier.
Yeah, it's going deep into the center towards the 0 point, towards the very, very center of this map, of the Fortnite Islands. Riftfish won't end up being a factor in terms of elevation changes, but just like we talked about, they're still so impactful. Creo and Bucky have two. A bouncer to get them close to the zone is what they're looking at right now, but they're still going to survey the land. A shot onto Landjock, but no, does not connect. Opting to build instead of try to reset that edit. That's huge. Oh my goodness, there's some sand tunneling involved too. I haven't seen this. Is this ballers all over again? Bucky dives on the DJ. He's in the box. Oh no. DJ with Polarized, they do split back up and Bucky gets away from it, but this is now the first time that we're really seeing Bucky and Creo together in an end game. They're going to go for the sand tunnel again.
They're trying to. They have to hit that edit first and then confirm it as they move out, but there will be so many other pieces in the way. Regulator pops his Riftfish. This is the first POV we see of these guys really in an end game. Bucky and Creo right below them too. They pop one of theirs. They're diving down fast. You mentioned height might not be that high. That is the case right now. Just 4 or 5 stories off the ground. Cease is the first one to land fast. This is the strat he was talking about pre-game when he caught up with him. And him and Summer have twin peaks once again on height, non-connected, but a lot of pressure to be able to dive down on the rest of the lobby. Summer has some type of turbulence though up in the skies.
Yeah, it's Dubs. Of course it's Dubs. He's going to try to knock it out, but it's going to get reconnected quickly enough, and Summer will go down a layer. He still wants to fight, though, and it does get reset, but a big beam for the backside as somebody flies through. Cease will have to start popping heals. And there it is. We look up above. It's Polarized. Dubs, Keys, they're all involved. Cease and Summer have to go down. D-Gen, who is all the way on low. They were sand tunneling moments ago. Now fighting for a height, and they've actually grabbed it.
On height from the skies, there's rifts, flares, and fish falling down, and on low ground, there's lightning just striking. All the duos that have not done enough so far in terms of damage. It's 2 different worlds, and these people caught in between can't live in either of them. Dubs and Keys, though, are forcibly moving into boxes. Avery can barely survive, but now it's time for Dubs to move. Running out of mats, he only has 3 left.
Both Illiston Slacks are now in an alternate reality where they're losing first place. As there's now the opportunity for Stretch and Commandment to maybe move forward. We don't know where they ended up on that low ground layer. Ladies man firing down. Oh, so many big beams from that epic heavy AR, but it's tragic who finishes him off. No, Regulator. Riverstone's still up in this one too. Avery, there's a rift. It pulls more. Bucky and Creo are floating as well. That's free placement if I've ever seen it, as 8 zone will begin to close.
These 2 duels are doing the exact same thing at the exact same time over and over and thriving because of it. They're playing that placement format. They're using these Riftfish, but now they're out. It's all up to the mats, the placements, the decisions. Right now, because of Stretch and Commandment's actually down. Not making the best of decisions. DJ and Polarized, the lobby hunters so far in this game, are finding even more bodies to tag and bag. The loot now in their inventory. Shockwaves available for the rotate. 2 more for Polarized to possibly use. As he's caught down below, it's not enough. He can get up. DJ now down. Stretch gets revenge. But there's nothing for him to rotate with. The offset heal the storm with the chuck splashes. This is smart. But where is he going from here?
holding on to that floor just in case that shockwave does move through. Scented goes down, so does Polarize, and it's Stretch, who's still clutching. He gets into the placement points once again. Creo alive as well. Bucky must be somewhere looming as well. Ladies man got a couple frags. Macwood and Acorn, not sure where they're at. They're outside of the top 10 right now, but this might be the big game that they needed to pop back up into it. That was one of the teams that had a chance! No, Symmetrical, with his last breath, says goodbye to Macwood, but Acorn is still here. Macwood up too. He has floppers or chug splashes. Acorn will be a medic as well. He saves his life, and they're back in it to take the game.
Wait a minute. Is everyone in the skies? Ladies man Riftfish put the other two duos up in the air. It's all up to the beams now from Acorn and Macwood. They're trying. It's not there though. They actually took height. Ladies man got the pressure, got the fish, got the position, and now have the possibility of getting the game. Still though, 4 different duels left. 6 people left alive. Creo goes down with big trades from the low ground and a huge shot to keep them alive.
Acorn has fish though, and Chug Splashes doesn't care for Macwood's HP. Creo is so low, and Macwood also gets both tags, all 3 tags of the last 3 players who follow the zone. A huge game for Macwood and Acorn. They've definitely put themselves just then in contention with the 90 points that they get from the win, plus all of those frags that Macwood accrued. But you called Bucky and Creo, and I think that second place that they just had, and they definitely got a number of elims, that might just put them maybe too far ahead, maybe.
Definitely a few interesting storylines to touch on there. To very quickly have a look at Acorn and Macwood, where they actually came into that game was 12th place. You know, so that's almost on the outer edge of the amount of points that you can probably be realistic about picking up in the final 2 games. They were at 66 as I have a look down just to check and make sure. So as you say, they get 90, they'll be up to about 156 plus however many elims they ended up grabbing there. Maybe just within striking distance of a top 5 placing, but Bucky and Creo, a 2nd place again, is going to mark them with a very, very consistent run. Now having a 1st place and a 2nd place over the course of today. Those are the kinds of numbers, those are the kinds of consistent runs that you were talking about a little bit, Baller, in EU, and those were the teams that were able to take the top placings away overall. So once you start to see that cropping up here in NA, you think, oh, that could be definitely a team to tussle with, and unfortunately a couple of the other top teams that we had in the standings just didn't quite match up to them in this game, and we might have a new frontrunner again.
Yeah, in EU, it's literally this game, game number 4, where we had a team clap back with average performances through game 1, 2, and 3. And then all of a sudden, it was 17 elims from Thomas and Tayson. This might be the same story, sure, at a smaller scale, but it is NA East after all. And the aggressiveness of this lobby, of course, will be at scale. But still, Macwood and Acorn may have just done the exact same thing. Sure, they might have been in 10th place before this. Sure, they might have been out of range. But that 90 points plus, I think, we'll take a look here in the final moments, how many elims they had. If it was 10, if it was 10 plus, all of a sudden they are very close to Bucky and Creo, even with the 75-point 2nd place.
Still, in the end game, it looked kind of the same. Overall, the region's not passively unstoppable. They're fragile when it comes to patience. We saw Polarize get really active overall from the start of the game all the way to the end, affecting Stretch and Commandment, who I thought would have this game locked by storm. As soon as Commandment went down, Stretch went on that little revenge spree, got both. Then past that, it's just everyone is fighting so much forward from start to end.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look back over some of the results. I was keeping an eye on Polarized as well there, just to check, you know, because it looked like they were kind of popping off as well, but kind of got knocked out a little bit earlier than we might have liked to have seen. They were in 21 coming into that, so that was probably out of the realms of possibility. Fellas, there is a lot going on. I actually can see the updated standings right now. I don't want to get into it just yet. We don't have the graphic ready, but definitely some interesting things to talk about when we do get that one up on the screen. We do only have the one game though to go after this one, right? So that's game 4. We've got one more game to go. So I think we have to start getting into that discussion of what is actually realistic to overcome. How many points could you actually bring back, right? We've seen some pretty big games. We've seen about 120, 130 maybe being the maximum amount of points coming through from this lobby in one single game. So I would have to throw a figure out there like maybe 90 to 100 points deficit, because you have to make up you know, what your opponent is going to be able to grab in that game as well, that final game, if they do have an okay game. Anyway, that's a discussion we'll have in just a second, because first we want to have a look at the post-match results here. It was Acorn and Macwood that took away the lion's share of the points, again around that 120 to 130 point mark, in this instance 118. Bucky and Creo did really well for themselves, but I do want to turn your attention, both of you, towards Stretch and Commandment, who grabbed 57 points, which is still a pretty damn good shout, right? When you consider earlier on today we were talking about maybe 20 points, 30 points a game being not too bad if you're having a rougher game. They've got about 60 points out of that one, and they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at a team that is performing in that top 5 and the top 10 over and over, to knock them out, they have to stop doing that. And these guys clearly are not. So staying with this, I mean, they could honestly have the best spot coming into game number 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they might just. Remember, it was only 1 point between them and Slacks and Illis before this, but Slacks and Illis are nowhere to be found in this top 10 of this entire, post-match results here. They fell early. 22nd is where they stand on that one. 20th place and no eliminations, which means they fall drastically. They don't improve at all. They're stuck in time.
All right, Shayo. You did have a little bit of a prediction there, and you're on the money at the moment. It's Stretch and Commandment who are up towards the top end of the standings. 271 points. So it's what, 44? Is that quick maths? Is that correct? Over Bucky and Creo. It's not a huge lead, but it's definitely a serviceable enough lead that you start to look down the list, and if we play with that ballpark figure of maybe 100 points being overcomeable, even though that's not a word, we'll divide past that one. I would say anyone outside of the top 5 now cannot win anymore. So in my mind, Zayt and Saf are probably the lowest team that can actually overcome that deficit if they have an absolutely awesome game and Stretch and Commandment bomb out.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, but I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by. Those top 5 teams or your math skills, Jordan, because like you are literally on the ball with these calculations.
Was that actually
honestly.
it? I'm pretty impressed with myself, to be honest.
It was fast. But yeah, no, overall, it's like those top 5 definitely have their, kind of own world to live in now. There could be a possibility, right? That's the conversation for first place, that people past the top 5 have a chance of landing in the money. That is one storyline sometimes we end up missing for that game 5 because we're focused on that win. So although Zayt and Saf are comfortable for the top spot, they have to be careful that the people behind them don't overtake them in this final game.
All right, I don't want to make the people wait too much longer. We are going to have to take a short break, though. So, fellas, go grab yourselves a drink. Get yourselves strapped in, because this is going to be Game 5 of the JBL Quantum Cup, coming right up after the break.
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
The first time you sit down, it is loud. There are fans screaming and chanting, drowning out the call-outs from your teammates. I mean, you are not in Kansas anymore. We're in the finals, trying to find the last player, finally take him out. People are screaming, but I can't hear a word they're saying. I felt like I'm underwater. All this self-doubt that I had just seemed like it was washed away by the tide. Listening to myself, I feel like it's a soundtrack in my head through every step of my career.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Giannis, and this is my JBL pregame ritual. Catch Z's so you don't catch L's. Chris count, make everything sound better. Knock knock. Pre-game hype is key. Set the vibes and get your game face on. Let's get it.
Hi everyone, it's Brooke AB and I'm super excited to be partnering with JBL this year as part of the launch for their JBL Quantum gaming headsets. I've been using this pair of JBL Quantum ones since about April, and the active noise cancellation is super impressive, especially with Nate Shot next door yelling all day long. The JBL Quantum Cup is just the beginning for JBL, so keep an eye out for more, and good luck to all the amazing competitors from around the world.
We are moments away from getting into Game 5 of the JBL Quantum Cup for North America. Things really are heating up. It's Stretch and Commandment who do retain the lead, but it's not by such a large margin. Bucky and Creo a little bit behind them. Not too far away though, so they're definitely going to be in the discussion as we do head into game number 5. Of course, there is a bit of a conversation going on between our casters. They'll be the ones taking you through the game this evening, and it is Baller and Shaya Wager joining me again on the desk. Fellas, it's starting to get a little bit exciting now, right? I always feel like going into game number 5, this is where you start to feel that bit of extra pressure really starting to land on the shoulders of the players.
Yeah, it really is. This final game is going back and forth so many times. And right now, it is actually a significant lead. I mean, we talked a lot about how top 5 still has a chance, but Commandment and Stretch right now are ahead. You did the math, 44 points. That's about half of a good game. And if they have half of a good game themselves, all of a sudden you need a really, really good game to overtake. At the beginning of the show, I said maybe sensitive and edgy, but apparently I missed the key factor of that trio. Commandment is on another level right now, and these guys are every single game reaching these top 10 placements.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, one thing you were talking about, chances of winning, opportunities, etc., etc. Well, there's some opportunities for you guys at home in Twitch chat as well to pick up some goodies, not just for the players in the server. So you can type the hashtag JBL Quantum into the Twitch chat and get yourself a chance to win either a JBL Quantum headset or some 100 Thieves merch, both of which would be quite cool to pick up in my opinion. Again, hashtag JBL Quantum in the Twitch chat, and you've got about 5 minutes to do that before the giveaway closes. Obviously, make sure you get your name in there pretty quick, smart. Otherwise, you might miss out, and we're starting to run out of opportunities as the day does start to wind down. And speaking of the day winding down, Shayo, you've been on the money with the predictions so far today. I guess surely going into this one, it has to be Stretch and Commandment as the easy pickings, you know, the low-hanging fruit in terms of, if you had to throw a name out there, those two are the ones that would probably be the freebie.
I feel like for position 5 and 6, Zayt and Arkram, this might be their game to showcase their last stretch of what can happen. But I hope Stretch and Commandment can hold out in first place.
Yeah, certainly hoping so, at least for their sake. Maybe for our sake, we'd love to see an upset victory, someone coming back from behind. Bucky and Creo, Illiston, Slacks, that's the top 3. Acorn and Macwood, and then Zayt and Safi take out 4th and 5th at the moment. But that can change as we head into our final game of North America.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elfish Guy. The JBL Quantum Cup has been on a unbelievable scale today. We've had 10 games. This will be our 10th. This one for the North American region. And if it's anything like EU was, it will bring the final. It will come down to the final moments. It really will. On colossal levels. Right now, Stretch and Commandment in the lead by 44 points. They've been landing all day at Salty Towers. And just like the rest of the day, uncontested again. No worries for them.
The whole day's kind of felt icy, right? Duels have been cold, the shots have landed, but Paul, I'm not sure about you. Temperature of the room right now is getting hot. I feel like in this last game, fire will rise for a bunch of fights from duels who are not really near that top 5. We also keep talking about who's going to win the tournament, who's going to win the JBL Quantum Cup. Top 5 is all the prizing, right? So getting to that 5th place spot, there are a lot of duels, I would say all the way down to possibly, 15th, 20th place, who have the potential to make that jump and get 5th. That's what Zayt and Saf are currently holding on to. So everyone still has a chance in this game. It'll have to be slightly more aggressive though.
That was the pace we had last game. Fights breaking out all over the map. But we'll touch on really quick how only 29 teams in this game, so some of those guys who thought that they had no chance are gone. Space has opened. Look at Not Panda and Tragics. They were landing over at Rainbow Rentals for the majority of this. They were fighting. They had that clutch play from Tragics. All of a sudden, they move into Holly Hedges completely free. They got a llama by themselves. And a lot of space out around in these suburbs and countryside.
Cam Cod basically left free. Hunter's Haven dissected quick. Then moving over to the Gorge. Keep taking looks at the map. We can see that, yeah, there are a lot of open spaces. And not only that, there's just not a lot of overlapping names at all, right? Scented and Edgy. Doesn't look like Dubs is anywhere to be found inside Misty Meadows. For the first time, they have that for free. And we see what happens when this duo gets a chance to thrive in an endgame. They affect the duos like Stretch and Commandment, like Zayt and Saf. They play on a similar playing field, so it'll be free reign for them.
But on the left side of our screen, we're switching between the players in first, second, and third. Illis and Slacks had a very rough game in the last one, but everybody's starting their efficient path. Creo and Bucky out of Slurpy Swamps. They've been hitting this game in and game out. Another Northwest zone this time. They've been here before. Okay, you talked about being aggressive. I like this opening from Tragics. And Not Panda, they'll blow up DJ. 50 shield tag. Polarized has to come with a vehicle, but he's down on the beach. That's not going to be quick. Tragics with the shockwave will be quick though. And onto DJ he goes. DJ has to go down another car to get there. Yes, on the beach, but it's a high ground. Siege. As DJ goes in. Oh, a risky play. And it doesn't work. DJ is very low. Tragics now underneath the water. And he's drowning. This duo is drowning.
Anti-vehicle personnel, but they're not so good at taking shots at bodies at the moment. Legion and Polarized, the people who break out in fights on that last game and really deal damage to the whole lobby from start to finish. Keep the pattern and the dream alive. They send a poor man Panda packing all the way back, possibly to Holly. I think he might. No, he definitely didn't get the card. On the other side of things as well, Scoped is split apart from Mikey, taken down. But they did trade up, so this is so far away.
They jumped on this fight. They took the perfect opportunity to take Nanolite out, but they traded. Nanolite did what he needed to do, at least, to hang on in a situation like that. Sizlucky trying to come in now, but the revive is perfectly timed. Unfortunately for Sizlucky, he was just too far away, and only one mini too. His HP is already looking dire.
I think this is a wrap up though from the other side of things. I don't think that Mikey and Scope want to fight that. They want to rejuvenate and possibly move on with just the points. They could collapse again, but see if the pinch comes through. Scope needs a lot of time to pop that medkit off. Sis could pounce back and take an isolated 1v1.
I was actually shocked how they disengaged slightly from that, but it did buy the time, and now the pinch is really difficult for Sizz, and the wall's gone. And so is this chance. This is Lucky and Nanolite out of the game. Mikey and Scoped They start off strong in this last game, but the entire day was rough. Very, very rough for them. 83 points, though. If there is anybody in the range of reaching this top 5, it could be that team.
Especially starting off with the early Elam, and I think Bugha's on that same playing field / mindset, getting these free pickups if they can next to their spot and translating that into a high placement finish in game number 5. Walls are all there, and so are the edits. Bugha not missing a single time, going for this back angle. And can he find the shot though with the attack? He has to land multiple to wrap this one up. Going for it.
Almost grabs it, but we've seen this before. Collazo was literally in this situation last game, not necessarily against the same opponents, but this time the speed has to be even faster. Collazo is making it work. My goodness. A battle of speed, but only 23 builds. And there we go, finally in the box, but they both get on the same wall. Collazo can escape once again, and now the fully built metal. And he just ran back through. They're still chasing though. Collazo realizes he's out. He's out of gas, out of steam, and Bugha is there to stoke the fire.
The game of chess with Avery kind of spectating on the side and edging Collazo to stay in the ring, to stay on the board. And this is the other POV of how that last game went so awry for so many duos. Regulator and Ladies Man with 4 Riftfish in their inventories.
Oh, that's huge. If they are fighting, looks like they're not. They're just flying all the way on the other side of the map. But if anybody picks them up, that is a godsend. Eclipse and Lazar P onto Wavy Jacob and Fabs. This was who Collazo was trying to escape from last time. But Bugha and Avery, obviously the East ping is too quick this time. Eclipse and Lazar P are in their targets, in their sights.
Look at the noise though. 2 more duos. Paying attention as to what's going on. This could turn into a 5-way fight. Right now, Fabs is trying to stay up and alive. Going for the shots, Wavy down below. That's Lazar's shield all the way knocked off.
Oh, it's Stretch and Commandments. That duo that's coming in on the sound. They're edging closer. This is a risk. This is, in my mind, way too much. Yes, they're going to back up. They saw that this fight was still 2 duos. They saw that both sides had shield, and they're both popping. And Innocents and Zunis are coming up from the top. If they engage in this, they're stuck in here for the long haul.
I still like the way they're approaching, looking at fights, possibly getting residual loot, packing up on shockwaves, Riftfish from people who are knocked, because even if they're in the lead, they have to still perform in this game. They have to stay proactive.
But if they go down, that is the worst case scenario. Taking that risk, to me, unwarranted with a 44-point lead. But in any case, this game is much more aggressive. There's Wavy. He goes in, gets one. Zunis might give him the siphon. Eclipse will also trade, defeat the toes. Will actually connect, and Favs is out. Still Wavy Jacob alive, actually. I thought that was, I'm confused as to all the different teams that just came in. Innocence must be up. Scoped is somehow in here.
It's like a music festival in the middle of the entire map. Although in terms of tracks, it's just kind of gunshots that are rhythming and blooming everywhere. Scope back up at full HP too. One of the first fights that we saw break down. These guys are in that battle mode, the mood to get down into these fights fast. There it is, another breakdown all the way below. It's Scoped that picks up Wavy. Summer goes down to Cease out of the competition.
Wavy Jacob and Fabs out. They were in 9th place for them, man. Like, yes, they're the W Key Kings, man. They really are, but I have to wonder, top 5. You need placement, not elims, and they're W King like their last game in an open stage.
Second last game, yeah. Right before the queues close. You get that one final 4 elim game in. I hope these guys know it's a 5-game format right now. This is our Eclipse up against Scoped and Mikey. This fight has lasted for 1.5 zones.
Speaking of zones, that second is pulling all the way over towards Sweaty Sands once again. The way the first 2 games started, essentially, And we're back at it for the second time. Scope does get Avery. Booga also here. They trade out. Scope will try to take the wall. Booga is literally 10 HP, and Lazar P will dive that box. He will take those. Booga now escaping. Again, the quick builds. He's got full metal, but it's down below with Shockwave away. Yes, that might be enough for him to escape. Another one, too, and he catches himself quickly enough before he gets shot. One tag will do it. How are you alive? One more Shockwave. Come on. Get out. He did it.
Made it past the hill. No sight lines. Time to pop the shields, but it'll only really get him at about 100 HP. Slurp Truck's there, though. If that's actually spawned in, that's huge for Booga.
Eclipse and Lazar P feel like they're picking off like the Nox, the Dredges. Mikey finally is their actual first full Elim in this fight, but it felt like they got, you know, at least 3 of those finishes as they dove the box. So that's the loot for them. 6 Shockwaves in a fight that spent literally at least 7 or 8. And they're still coming out with max mobility.
It's the ultimate loot path. It is the hardest one, though, to plan for.
Sweaty Sands right now looks like an identical game number 1. Bucky and Creo on the same hill. What a shot from Arkham on the side of zone. But when we cut back over to that Sweaty Sands POV, look at Bucky and Creo's position. It's identical. And if that doesn't scream planned, if that doesn't scream massively thought out game plan, then I don't know what does.
Let's think back to game 1. If this is going to be a repeat, it was Bucky and Creo that ended up winning the game overall. Stretch and Commandment came in 3rd in that game. We had Acorn and Macwood in the top 10 as well, so a bunch of our top 5 teams are kind of right at home in this zone. That being said, though, those elims, all this early game aggressiveness is not what we saw in game number 1. There is a difference kind of in reality of how this final game 5 is going. It might not be the same thing Bucky and Creo saw when they first started off the tournament.
There's a difference, though. Stretch and Commandment have the pier all to themselves. They were very close to Bucky and Creo in that game number 1. There's a 3rd place from them, like you said. They've got to differentiate themselves from this team. By the way, Booga just got one of the clutchest medkits I've ever seen, picked it up randomly, and then popped it with 3 seconds before that zone overtook him. Now the reboot on Avery, they're back in this. 21st place for them, 61 points. They might still have a chance of getting in this 5th place.
It'll require the win, though. Like, they can't just come at an average of 3rd or 2nd.
No way.
It's the same team. Ding dong. And that's a wrap on Avery.
That's why you see if they're home first. Booga will try to go in. He'll maybe clutch again, but no, it's just one charge shotgun. And sorry, Pete, Eclipse, they set up another trap on one of the best duos. We started the day with Lazar P and Eclipse wiping Dubs and Keys, and now Dubs and Keys are gone. And we end the day as well with Lazar P setting up an ambush onto Booga and Avery, and now they're gone.
If history is going to repeat itself, then that means that Stretch and Commandment are going to have the enemies of Bucky and Creo to suppress in this game by any way, shape, or form. But it looks like those teams, those top 5s, are just looking to stay alive inside Sweaty Sands. They're not like Eclipse and Lazar. They're not on that hunt. As you mentioned, it's very risky. There's no point, especially with a lead.
Symmetrical? Oh no, see, that's scoped. He'll get it trained on your face. And he will laser you out. Symmetrical now has to heal on an opportunity that looked like a free elim, but Scoped immediately shuts that idea down. Now they have to go for the full box fight, and Chat and Skittles are looking right at them. Wait,
This is...
sorry. If we could look at Arkham and Rex right now on the map. Okay, never mind. They just died to zone. They were doing a chain revive all the way from Holly Hedges. They got the reboot off, and they were trying their best, but it will end up falling. They got a couple of elims in that game, but it's not enough to overtake Zayt and Saf in 5th.
So in their place now, it'll be Lord and Strep who's Stramper in this game. They'll take the kind of the position that they had, the 6th place position. They're just 4 points behind where Arkham and Rex were. And we saw what they can do. Ended up winning the game overall, actually taking out Zayt and Saf. Now Zayt and Saf will be the people they'll have to overcome once again.
They're right next to Stretch and Commandment too. They moved into the pier. But all of a sudden, all the W keys are gone. No more opportunities for Reet-esque plays. Except maybe here, Blake and Arab on the side of zone, Acorn and Macwood. They're literally in 4th place. This is big. This is huge. And nobody's gonna be able to fire upon this because this is all the way up in the Coral Castle Archipelago.
I think it slowed down though. A Bush surprise doesn't actually have the biggest shock factor. These tricks don't end up working out too much so in game 5. When focusing a lot though on that top 5, there is a storyline that is affecting a bunch of different duels overall. That is the battle for 5th place. I alluded to a little bit with Lord, but Zayt right now has a lead of about 30-ish points, 40-ish points. Past that, that lead goes to 50 and 60 for a few duos like Furious and River. We saw Symmetrical and Vert. Ladies Man and Regulator also in that spot right now. Furious can't go down. This is an important game for him to survive and win. Same thing for Chap and Skittles. Money is on the line for these duos right next to each other in boxes.
Macklin and Acorn, the ones on the screen right now who are in the money. But Blake and Arab are hungry. Very, very hungry. Again, 18th place for them, 68 points. It is doable to overtake even Macwood and Acorn in their position. They were at 184. It is literally a 100-point difference. Plus some change between the two, and they're battling in the exact same fashion that we saw these two teams battle in that game that we had at Sweaty Sands.
Which duo will crack first? Who will lunge at each other's wall? And will it take the zone to push them over the edge?
Who has a riff fish too? That's a question both of them are asking. Do they have riffs? Wait for them. Look to see if they're editing.
We know Blake doesn't right now. Mac would confirm doesn't either.
Has bounces and shockwaves though, so they can get out of here.
There it is.
Double riff fish and Arab 100% is the guy saying and theorizing those exact points. We actually saw yesterday.
So too.
Sorry to cut you off, but we actually saw yesterday teams specifically use a shockwave and a riff fish to avoid the team following up on you. That might be an idea here for Macwood and Acorn, and that would be huge against Arab and Blake.
The cost for that, though, you lose one potential shockwave to affect so many duos in the 8th and 9th zone just to get rid of one.
What is this
in the
zone?
4th and 5th? This
is unexpected.
Uncharted territories, international waters that have no claims for anyone. There are no bases, and there's not even a single person being proactive. We saw in the desert, one duo at least would jump at the chance of getting the first base. But right now, this is completely unorthodox. Honestly, for me, like not historic either. I've never seen this.
And nobody moving because there are no builds in that zone. There's literally nothing to connect to. So everybody is starting to wait. Who is going to build this first? We are collectively going to go off of this beach. There it is. Blake and Arab first. No way. This was not what I thought would happen. Oh, a play for Arab, though. He's going to break the line of sight with the waterfall. That is genius. And come out on the other side. Well played. I thought that was a death sentence, but no.
It's a 100-meter dash, basically, and Arab's shockwave was the gun that started the race. Everyone pops their mobility. The Riff Fishers fall out from the sky. Arab and Blake get to the zone 2. Now everyone is in. We were looking at which box would crack first, not the whole lobby.
And it is the signal. This is when the race begins, the real one. Everybody else, everything before this was inconsequential almost, especially with the fact that those duos that we were tracking ended up falling anyways. Those duos who needed massive games. Now, They have a chance here in this endgame. 32 players left. Somebody is going to pop off. Potentially could be Creo and Bucky to overtake that 44-point lead. But don't forget, where Commandment, where our Stretch.
Land ho. We're going back. But it'll be a slight swim to get all the way there. Some people having an advantage, some not. There are Saf and Zayt once again in the gatekeeping position. They have the chance to deny everyone else money into the top 5.
That's Zayt and Saf right there that you're talking about. So important for them to hold on. Just have a decent game and they'll hold on to the prizing. Also potential for them to overtake, but all of the top teams still here, but 5 teams need to go down now. It could be Bucky and Creo, it could be Stretch and Commandment, but for now it's not going to be. Bucky and Creo, with the rift that they had, they're up in the sky and they're holding on to those umbrellas. They are floating for ages.
9 duels in the sky, 5 different Rift Fish pop for this rotation, but Stretch and Commandment choose to stay on the ground. Undisturbed and first to the zone. Chap and Skittles right beside them. Watch how many names fall from the sky right now. Lord and Strep, though, they're keeping the height, and Zayt and Saf are not even touching it yet.
And don't forget, that's the team that needs to challenge against Zayt and Saf. Meanwhile, though, in the front side of zone, it is Stretch and Commandment. Perfectly played. They had the high ground play to start off these days, but since the day has changed, and we have Lord and M, Stramp, Stret, all fighting for height, and even more than that, and the Rift plays have now completely unfolded. That's no longer the play for them. They're going to stay down low, and it's actually a breakout. No, Lord and M will crater right back down to Earth.
There's a grab there. 10 peppers going to a different inventory, but let's not forget what's happening at the top of the leaderboard. A 44-point lead for Stretch and Commandment, and it's staying that way. They're not affected. They're more than healthy. They have one of the best targets that's the most advanced inside the game. And no Rift Fish needed for them. Bucky and Creo, though, have to climb. They have to fight up this mountain of a leaderboard. This crazy zone that gets only deeper into land.
While they might have just picked up an elim, it's actually Stretch and Commandment who look down in through double layers and get a big tag on a Bucky, and he has no white heals to actually come back into this. Just minis. 6 shockwaves, though, it is a possibility. Here's another one. Stretch and Commandment still going forward, just retaking forwards, making sure everything is calm and controlled. More pressure onto Bucky and Creo, but it's not going to go all the way for now. Blake and Arab directly below. Arab is right behind. They did not spot it. Bucky and Creo still hanging on as well. This duel, not in the placement thresholds yet, and if Stretch and Commandment hang on till 5th, it might be all she wrote.
They went down in 10th just a few games ago. They don't want to repeat that mistake again. Bucky and Creo, though, side by side, just out of reach of the boxes. And they can't line up the shots. Arab getting messy inside the zone. It's Strep that goes down. Fully confirmed, so Zayt and Saf have much more of an advantage of keeping that top 5. Stretch is down.
Oh.
Stretch has been knocked and eliminated. And it's by Eclipse. Commandment's gone too. Before any placements handed out, Bucky and Creo have the best chance possible of sealing this tournament away.
But Bucky is down too. It's all Creo for the 3rd time in 5 games, and he has nothing to hang on in terms of white HP. He might go down too. No placement points for you. Who else? It's just a bush, no mats. There's one, finally, 10 points coming in for the 9th place. Arab goes down too. Another placement point coming in, but he has to hang on. Minis pop. Oh my goodness. If he hangs on for this for the clutch, another shockwave, but it's a box that he's not want to be in. Lazar P and Eclipse, they do it again. A huge chance now for so many, maybe. Acorn and Macwood, maybe. Also, Zayt and Saf, who's on hype? It's Skittles and Chat. Chat just went down. Lazar P and Eclipse are fragging out, though.
9 eliminations for Lazar P and Eclipse. They started this game off at 70 points. They could easily bounce back into that top 5. Shockwaves drop down, though, on the Skittles. No one actually ends up touching him. Zayt tried for the big play, but he gets knocked out too. Is Saf confirmed? He is. So top 5 is stood in time as well with 3 more duels left. Who can take that final place inside the top 5 as a possibility, or who can change their destinies here at the end of the game. It'll be Eclipse going back in the storm, hunting for an elimination. It's not possible. Lazar is looking for his too. You can shoot as many bullets as you want, but it's not going to get you the win if one player has the floppers. The Skittles have the HP to survive. He doesn't. And with a miraculous 10 elimination, game 5 win from Lazar P and Eclipse.
90 points for the win, 40 points for the Elims, 130 points from Eclipse and Lazar P. That might have been the biggest game yet for those two. And that might also be 200 points that they just accrued. My goodness, that might be enough to overtake Zayt and Sap for 5th place. But everything else I am very confused upon, because Commandment and Stratch fell, Bucky and Creo fell, and Zayt and Sap were alive.
I don't really want to make a prediction at this point because it feels like there are too many numbers. You know, I did my quick maths on the stream earlier. That was like 44 the difference. This one, it's just so many numbers to throw in, so many things to touch on. Man, what about that final circle shift that went all the way out into the water? That, I think, was probably not the dream scenario for the players, but certainly for us as viewers, it gave us something a little bit interesting to look at.
Honestly, it was the first time I saw a stalemate and no one touched the zone for that period of time. I've actually never seen that ever in a Fortnite competitive game, and it was Arab to actually push the key or the push to start on the card that's the lobby and get them into that zone. When that happened, everything was kind of unorganized, and I think that's why the game was so crazy and hard to predict.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to say right here is that I'm going to close the leaderboard that I have on my other screen. I don't want to see it spoiled at all because I literally do not know how this top 3 is going to pan out. With Eclipse and Lazar P potentially even overtaking 200 points, things get dicey. And they did such a good job. I mean, they started off with a little bit of W key themselves. They're the ones who took out Booga and Avery. We're going to see that in moments' time.
I think there's a lot of cool things to touch on. I almost want to see, I want to say, you know, I don't want to go out there and say I'm biased or anything, but I almost want to see Stretch and Commandment actually getting the win here because they didn't pick up a single victory royale at all. They didn't get a single win in any one of these games. And we sort of came into today with the preconceived notion almost that the placement points were the king. And to be fair, they've had a lot of placement points. They've had seconds, they've had thirds, they have a 5th in there as well. But they've also got a huge amount of elims, a lot more than most of the other players in this lobby. So I actually kind of think that's a cool storyline to think about as well, if they do end up being the ones to come away with the win overall.
Yeah, that's a recent and repeated storyline now after the FNCS. I mean, we saw Miro Day and Reverse 2K never get a win and end up winning everything in this region. And now it's happening again in a completely different mode, in a huge, completely different meta that has rifts. The fact that these guys can do that in this tournament as well with how placement is structured is absolutely phenomenal.
And on that note, for it to happen in this format too, where a win is worth 15 more points than second place, it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. In the final moments there from Lazar P and Eclipse, again, I have to stress the importance of that one game for them to play so aggressively and to win it out was completely unexpected to me.
I do like that we're at this point, though, still not really sure who might have won. I, to be fair, have a bit of an idea. I feel like there might be one that got enough points, but I'm not going to go ahead and spoil it or anything like that. But what was great was Stretch and Commandment going out. They were like 15th place or something in that game. And Bucky and Creo also somewhere like 11th or so, 11th or 12th at some point. Just basically outside of the placements is really what we're trying to say. And that has set us up now for this kind of interesting finish, because if it was one of those two that would have gone away, got the win, or got a 2nd or 3rd place or something like that, we'd be saying, probably already know the winner at this point. But Battle Royales, they always get to this point and you think, okay, well, going into the final game, it could be anyone's game, and it could still have been. It feels like we got that opportunity now. So I guess I'm just rubbing my hands together waiting to know what the match standings are going to be like, fellas. But it was kind of the perfect final game show that we got there. Being able to see those two top teams getting knocked out a little bit earlier on, that builds the storylines for the others to potentially come back on in. And even with the crazy circle that got shifted over out into the water, it sort of just had everything, didn't it?
Yeah, and you also called it way earlier in the day when it came to, like, you know, game 5's kind of devolving into more fights in the early game. We saw that crazy 6-way fight happen, and Lazar and Eclipse honestly pioneered that the whole way, right? Like, it's kind of crazy to see all these stories kind of mishmash, and that final zone also to add like kind of the cherry on the top to everything to make it the most interesting, I think, finale we've seen so far in a duels tournament.
And one thing too on that Lazar P and Eclipse W key method that they went through. Remember, I called that. I was like, They just got like so many of these finishes. They got the spoils from it, but they didn't even get the elim credit. That could have been even maybe 14 elims from the knocks that they finished in that fight. They just kind of swooped in, swooped out, and let the fight continue to devolve, and then set up some beautiful ambushes too.
I mean, you almost always see that kind of meta almost developing where when a team maybe isn't necessarily in the running, you know, we saw a few just not play the final game. But let's be real, if you're one of those teams that's like, whatever, we don't necessarily think we can make it into the top 5. Let's go and have a bit of fun. Let's see what we can do here. Maybe we do have one of those big crazy games where actually all of a sudden now we've got these extra 40, 50, 60 points coming out of our elims. If we're getting up to maybe double digits from that individual game, that might be enough to get us over the line, which, you know, to be fair, when you look at it, and I'm looking at it right now, the placement points and the elim points, going into that game, it was like 19 or 20 elims was actually overall what they had, the top duo had over the course of the 4 games, you know, so you're not getting big double digits games out of any of these teams really necessarily. So I think that there was a big sort of shift maybe coming over from EU where we saw some of those bigger games, and now coming into NA where teams were a little bit more passive and that kind of thing. But
that's an understatement.
Yeah,
that is an understatement. I mean, we had EU going into those 5th zones with literally like, you know, the half of the teams that we started with. And sure, the end game was very stacked, but NA, I mean, we started the day with not a single team going down until 3rd zone. And that happened throughout 3 games. It was only the 4th game where suddenly there was a switch popped, and that makes sense given the way that the format and tournament is structured.
All right, boys, we got the moment you've all been waiting for. We've got the final results ready. So let's have a look and see who is coming away with the victory at the JBL Quantum Cup. Now, 10th to 6th. We're going to bring those up on the screen very quickly here. A few of the names that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, but none of the big 5, I suppose, that really started off that final game in the top 5 placings. Acorn and Macwood, they stayed in 6th. Furious and Riversand, they are also down there in 7th. So a few of the big names, but none of the ones that we thought might actually come away with the win.
Dude, Lord and M and Strap before this game, they were 6th place. That just tells you how much stuff has shifted. They literally were 6th place, and they fall in 4 places.
Oh,
wow. And
we were talking about Eclipse and Lazar P at the end of that game. They've actually done enough to get themselves into the placements and get themselves some prize money. So up into 5th, not a bad shout.
That's a $2,000 game. That is a $2,000 USD game that Eclipse and Lazar P just pushed for. That was just phenomenal in terms of what we watched. 10 elims, an insane endgame as well.
All right, well, let's have a look at number 4. And who was that? Illest and Slacks, who had a very, very consistent tournament, I will say. They won game 2, and they just didn't quite do enough to get into the top 3 in our final game of this evening. But speaking of the top 3, I think it's time to start unveiling those results. So let's get number 3 on the board here, and that'll probably give us an idea as to who might be number 2 and number 1 as well. Zayt and Safi do take 3rd, so they weren't able to quite do enough to get over the line for a top 2 placing, but that should, in theory, give us a great idea that Bucky and Creo, Stretch and Commandment are the top 2 duos. Question is, what is the order? Let's have a look and see who will take away the JBL Quantum Cup in 1st place. It will be Stretch and Commandment. They were able to hang on in the end, and they had a few very good games, a few rougher games, but at the end of the day, the eliminations also really helping them out in the end there. So Stretch and Commandment, you called it a little bit earlier on in the tournament, guys, and they have managed to get it done today.
But how close was this final game, Elfish? Literally, they were in the lead by 44 points. And Bucky and Creo actually decreased that significantly. They made a headway in towards that top spot, but it's just not enough in the end. Stretch and Commandment played phenomenally all day.
If Creo had like one more box to make, I'm just wondering what could have happened, right? Because it was the mats at the end of the day. But yeah, it was just so close.
Yeah, he had a couple of minis still in his back pocket, didn't he, that he could have popped there if he had a bit of extra time to play with. I am just wondering, you know, because he actually clutched out a little bit earlier on in the tournament. We saw Bucky going down and then Creo coming back from, essentially a 1-on-2 for the rest of that round. You know, if he would have been able to do that again, what a difference that could have made to the final standings. But in the end, obviously not the case, and it's Stretch and Commandment who did pick up the victory. I got to say, they did look like one of the more consistent teams. They had a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and a 5th place. But it is that storyline that we were talking about. No win. Maybe in this instance, we gave that a little bit more value than it actually had, and they were able to do it without that.
Yeah, it's just about sticking to that game plan overall. And even though sometimes they didn't make placement, getting the 10th in the way they do, controlling certain spaces, certain lanes, denying other people access, kind of the things we don't see is what keeps them up top, right? So if you want to go back and watch those VODs too, look at how these guys really did it. I'd recommend that because that was honestly with this format phenomenal.
I tell you what, maybe we can just go straight to the horse's mouth. We've got Stretch on the line for an interview and we get to hear his opinion on how things did actually play out in those 5 games. So let's have a bit of a congratulations moment, I guess, for you initially, Stretch. Great work, and you pick up the victory at the JBL Quantum Cup. That must be a good feeling.
Yeah, it feels great. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Had actually like so much fun playing this tournament.
All right,
it was a great format too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like such a different format, and I had a few questions sort of around that. Was your game plan a little bit different than what it might be ordinarily going into any of these games? Or I guess like you're always planning to get a good placement or whatnot, but did that extra placement points kind of factor into anything at all, or not really?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kayla's like 4 points, and then placement's huge. It wins like 90 points. So just playing consistent is the most important thing. If you just play consistent, it's the way to win tournaments, to be honest. If you have one bad game, it completely just throws your tournament. We just tried to go like, we didn't try to force a win. Just getting like top 5 over and over was like the plan for sure. And it was really good.
Top 5 point was like literally the changing thing. You think of a tournament like DreamHack or something like that, where it's a little bit more spread out and not super top heavy. This was ridiculous. I want to ask though about, you know, an ordinary game plan compared to this, because last night in DreamHack, you guys seemed to be executing the same type of thing. You were always on high ground, but something was faltering that today changed. So what was the difference between yesterday and today, man?
To be honest, just like the timing when going for height, we had it from first moving a lot, and in DreamHack, and it was like really good, but like we just went a little bit too early, and we just tried holding it from like the beginning of first moving, and it worked almost every single time. In this one, like we were holding it from half in DreamHack and it wasn't working, but we just went from first moving here and it worked really well. But I think
Nice. Well, 2 questions from me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll go for it.
No,
I
was gonna say, I think height in tournaments like this are like the way to go for sure, like 100%. And then in tournaments like DreamHack, you just got to play like low ground.
Nice. Well, like in terms of like the game style and the format and whatnot, 2 specific moments. So in game number 1, like seeing that no teams were going down, did that make you switch your game plan at all? Were you worried, or was it just business as usual?
Just played completely normal, to be honest. Didn't really change anything. As long as you just play your game, you're gonna do good for the most part.
And then in that last game, when the zone went completely over the water, what was your thought, like when to move? How are you gonna attack that? Because I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it kind of caught me off guard too. I thought I was gonna pull it to the land, so I stayed on the land, but I just shockwaved, and then we were just kind of chilling. We didn't really have to do anything. We got like almost every single zone that game, so we were fine.
Awesome. Well, Stretch, once again, congratulations to you and Commandment for picking up the victory here in the JBL Quantum Cup. I'm sure you've got some celebrating to do. You're a bit richer now, so that's great news. Have a good night.
Yep, you too. Take care.
Cheers. All right,
Congrats, man.
That was a very nice win for Stretch and Commandment. I can't imagine that feeling, you know, like I've never been a professional player or anything like that. I'm not sure about you guys, but you know, you play a few hours and then you're like, okay, well in this instance, the duos, so you're $7,500 richer. Like, come on, man, that must be a great feeling.
Yeah, that's just awesome. And for Stretch, somebody who, you know, before the end of this year, I guess, when these online tournaments started happening, all of a sudden, this man is on another level. Sure, last year, he was dominating with his trio in the squads as well. But this solos and duos, and now this new trios meta as well, has completely shaped him as a new player, where he's actually winning major tournaments, right? DreamHack July, he wins out. He plays phenomenally in FNCS trios, and now another tournament win in the books for Stretch. That has got to feel really good.
All right, fellas, let's have a look back at how this tournament has played out. We obviously want to take a quick peek at not only the top 10 standings, the rest of the standings as well. First, into the post-match results. You were talking about this being a big game from Eclipse and Lazar P. Got 130 total points out of that game. I'm not sure if that was the highest individual points from a single game. I think there might have been 133 earlier on in one of the earlier games, but definitely a very, very solid number coming out from Eclipse and Lazar P, and it was enough to get them up into the top 5. So that's great work from them. And let's jump straight into the overall standings to give you, again, that overall picture of where we were at. We've got the top 16 here. It was Stretch and Commandment that took away the big money, but obviously paid out all the way down to 5th, which was Eclipse and Lazar P. A few of the other big names there going down the list, and if we jump over to the second page of the standings as well, you're going to see where the rest of things sort of fell out in the picture. So overall, some teams that I thought might perform a little bit better didn't quite perform to the level that we had hoped, but there was also a few names that we didn't really talk about a whole lot at the start of the day that kind of just popped off and wrecked everyone.
Yeah, but overall, no matter what team it kind of was and where they placed in the game, they had some sort of effect, where whether it was like, you know, picking everyone up from a rift fish. I think Ladiesman and Regulator were one of the duos that literally changed the scope of the playing field multiple times, taking almost every duo at the low ground up the height, giving Stretch and Commandment a chance to go for a win, right? Like, there's big things that kind of happen no matter where these guys were placing 31st to 1st, and that's kind of the essence of that battle royale that's Fortnite.
All right, guys, this is basically the end of the run for both of you. We've done with North America. I've got Asia coming up after this. Don't want to brag too much about that. But anyway, give me your final thoughts. You know, how are you feeling? I guess for you, yeah, I guess for you, Baller, things must be, you know, you must be getting pretty tired because you've done EU, you've done NA, end of the day, but it was a good day, I'm sure.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, I'm just running on the energy that we had in that last game. So definitely going to go back and watch a little bit of that, actually digest it, not from a casting perspective, but just from an entertainment perspective, because that was a lot of fun all day. Got to thank you guys for having me, because JBL Quantum Cup has been a blast. And like Stretch said, that was a really fun format.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you watching the Asia as well afterwards. I'll catch you in the Twitch chat. Shayo, how are you feeling? Obviously, the end of your day as well. So again, appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of fun. Had fun times on the desk and those games as well, especially that last one. Completely historic in terms of what happened with the zones. And I want to see it happen again, hopefully, in the future.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, guys, that is the end of North America for the JBL Quantum Cup. The action is not done yet today. As I've mentioned, we'll be back for Asia in just a little bit. So don't go too far away. Stick around. We will be back with some more Fortnite later on in the evening.
JBL presents the sounds of victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
The first time you sit down, it is loud. There are fans screaming and chanting, drowning out the call-outs from your teammates. I mean, you are not in Kansas anymore. We're in the finals, trying to find the last player, finally take them out. People are screaming, but I can't hear a word they're saying. I felt like I'm underwater. All this self-doubt that I had just seemed like it was washed away by the tide. Listening to myself, I feel like it's a soundtrack in my head through every step of my career.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Yanis, and this is my JBL pregame ritual. Catch Z's so you don't catch L's. Crisp count, make everything sound better. Knock knock. Pre-game hype is key. Set the vibes and get your game face on. Let's get it.
Hi everyone, it's Brooke AB and I'm super excited to be partnering with JBL this year as part of the launch for their JBL Quantum Gaming headsets. I've been using this pair of JBL Quantum ones since about April, and the active noise cancellation is super impressive, especially with Nadeshot next door yelling all day long. The JBL Quantum Cup is just the beginning for JBL, so keep an eye out for more, and good luck to all the amazing competitors from around the world.